Truth is the ultimate defense. Okay, so
Okay, truth. Okay, truth then.
yeah. Well, I
The
mean,
lib
let's face
the
it. Let's
liberal
face it.
fucking pieces of shit
Ninety
had the
percent,
files
ninety
for 4
percent.
years. They most likely tampered with them.
I know.
And if Trump
Ah,
says, "Leave
don't
it
start
alone,"
that.
then
Come
just leave
on.
it alone.
You don't
This
actually
doesn't
Releasing
believe
make
it
that, do you?
sense. This
You
doesn't
don't
make sense
actually believe
release
that.
probabilistically. Hold on, wait. This
Hold
doesn't make
up, let
sense
me Trick,
probabilistically.
Trick, Trick. I was talking to him. Stop
You
interrupting,
don't.
dude.
You
I'm
don't
not
actually
interrupting. You
believe that, do you?
finished. You poisoned the well and you finished the sentence.
Hey, Trick,
Look,
Trick, shut up.
look,
I was talking
look.
to him.
Biden,
Listen,
Biden had every release these documents during his administration to
Trick,
guarantee
Trick.
his
I just
second
started
term.
Right,
talking, and you're already
right.
about to end up getting muted, dude, because you fucking interrupt every single time. Every time I try
Are
to have a
you a mod in
conversation with
here, or are you
anybody
saying
else,
you're gonna locally
you
mute, which
hop
is
in.
against server rules?
I've no. All I did was restate what's happened the fucking last 10 times I've tried to come in here and have a conversation with somebody. You always interrupt, and then you
Really,
end up getting muted.
it's a really simple
You're so dumb
proposition,
and
right?
dishonest.
It's a really simple proposition, right? There's say all the files are in a bucket, right? And the proposition is like literally 90% of the United States population wants this bucket just tipped out on the floor so everyone can see it. Now, the only reason that someone would choose not to do that is because there's something in there which is materially damaging to the people who would release it. I mean, that's the only way
No,
to see it. There's
no,
no other
no.
real
Can I ask you a
way
question?
to slice it.
What? Okay, so in your example, what if this bucket was tipped over, but the person who tipped it over knew that lives could be at risk?
Okay, so are we talking about
That's a much better question. Good job.
the lives of like what millionaire
Victims.
child sex predators? Like those are we're supposed
Lives
to
of
worry
like
about what happens to
victims.
them?
No, victims that are on the know.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Victims,
okay. Right. I see. I see.
And
like
I
the
see.
women.
also, wait, hold on, wait. There's two things here. You also hit a nail on the head. You could have a lot of famous people who, in the files, it's unclear whether or not they had sexual relations with underage prostitutes or of age prostitutes. So when you release them in totality,
People are
it
gonna
makes
assume the
all
worst.
people look like they're pedophiles simpliciter when they
Okay.
might not. And then
I mean,
there's significant backlash that could be.
there is absolute credit to
Exactly.
the
I'm
idea that
I'm glad that
that
we could agree on something, Trick.
that
Absolutely.
these
Well, this is what
That's
I've
the
been
true.
saying the
I'm tell
entire time, monkey.
No, it makes more sense. It makes more sense if it could save lives to just move on.
yeah.
Why, dude? You
Okay.
guys have moved on from like 4 years of fucking destruction in our country. Why can't you move on from something like this
All right.
small?
Okay.
You mean 4 years of building back better, but that's okay.
Okay. You say you want to move on. I think that the American public, judging by the polls and judging by the feel of the outrage on this issue, I don't think people are really ready for that.
That's something I never
I think people
understood.
want to. I think people want to move past it, but
Why are
don't you
people
think,
today?
right?
Why are
You're
people today
concerned.
who have nothing to do with the Epstein files? Why are they so concerned with it? Like
Well, because
it takes something from their life or it gives something to them. It
well,
does
I think
nothing for the
nah.
majority of America. So like why the fuck is it that big of a deal to you? Just go to work and do what you were doing before.
Well,
Like,
I mean,
dude, like you're getting so tied up
that's an
with
interesting point,
Jeffrey Epstein,
but
who is nobody to anybody.
yeah, I mean, okay, it means nothing to me, obviously. I mean, none of us have ever met the guy. He's dead. So, I mean, that kind of puts a nail in that coffin. But the idea that we should just
I mean,
move
he was
on
my
from it
uncle.
is like saying, oh well, oh look, there's this massive book full of child sex predators, but we should just like we shouldn't look at it and we should just forget about it. And all those people, they can just go,
Nope,
they can just
nope,
go about their lives
that's not right because I'll tell you this.
forever.
When Biden and Harris were in, they let millions of
All right,
illegal immigrants in the country who raped our women and
that's
beat and
fine.
killed people,
Okay,
and you
cool.
guys can move on from
What
that.
about
Hey, whoa,
Something
whoa,
that could
whoa.
actually hold up. Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me. Something that could actually affect your neighbor or friend or somebody in your community, and you move on from it. But Jeffrey Epstein, a guy who none of you even know somebody who knows him personally or knew him. because that's how large
crimes,
he is on a scale compared to you.
you think
You're
that crimes
literally fucking
should only
bitching
be
and crying about
prosecuted
a list.
if you know about you,
No
you
one,
should
no
only
one in
prosecute
America,
crimes if you know about the person. I don't
no
think
one in
that's right.
America supports illegal immigrants who rape and murder people. They should be deported
If you
and
supported
face like
Biden
severe
Harris, then yeah,
punishment.
you
By the
did.
way,
If you supported Biden Harris, then yeah,
that's
you
just
did
not
because you were
true.
being
By the
told that it
way,
was happening and you didn't do anything about it. Like
I
you
don't
didn't
think
raise
the
a
what
voice.
about
Just
it.
not-
I don't
just-
think the what
just not
about it
true.
is
just
going
not
to work.
true. That's you're just lying.
Oh, really? Wait, it's not true,
One,
Trick?
that
Oh,
number
you guys
is,
heard it here
that,
first,
that
dude.
number
It's not
can't
true.
be. That number
No
is
illegal immigrants came in and raped our women.
number-
That
that
didn't
number's
happen. Never happened, right?
That number. Wait, women get raped by illegal immigrants every single year, including under Trump. You know that, right?
Yes, no
Actually,
shit.
it happens.
Now, why
It
aren't we
happens
talking about
more
those
under
women?
Trump
And
than
why
it
are we
does
talking
under.
about women that we don't even know on a fucking
I don't know if that's true.
list, bro? Like, it doesn't make sense.
I don't think you can just
You-
excuse.
You guys are harboring
No
your
one
energy
supports
and you're putting it in the wrong
violent
area.
illegals.
Yeah, no one does. No one does.
Look, no one. Look, there are zero Democrats that you know of in positions of power that support and want people to stay inside of our country that are violent offenders and here illegally. The
Yes,
people,
they do, bro.
what
What are
we
you talking
advocate
about? That's the
for is like
Democratic
the
Party
far.
right now.
What we advocate for. What we advocate. Let me. Hey, why are you interrupting? What we advocate for workers who have been here for 10 or 15 years and have zero cases of being violent offenders or having any like thing other than maybe a traffic violation, not being deported because they're positive for our economy.
How do you
Like,
know
that's
that,
what
Trick?
Democrats are supporting.
Because the young girls that
Because
they smuggle over can't fucking speak
listen
English
to
to
my- I
fucking
listen
tell
to my
somebody
Democrat
about it, bro.
Because I listen. I'm telling you why, and you're interrupting. I listen to my
Oh.
Democrat politicians, both on the local
Well, that's
and
why you're
federal
fucking
level,
retarded then.
and that's what's being
And that's why you're
time
fucking
again.
retarded.
I can show you when this originated under Barack Obama, where Barack Obama said exactly what I just said, that we don't want violent offenders here, and we do want the people that are positive for our economy because America is built by immigrants for immigrants. That's exactly what he said. And that's where this idea originated from, to mine, maybe not originated from, but I started getting behind this idea, hearing Barack Obama say those words.
Well, okay,
I mean,
number
he had a
one,
point.
not Barack, but Hussein, who you're speaking of, Hussein is a fucking immigrant himself. What the fuck you talking about? He's not even from this America, dude.
He was
telling you.
born in Hawaii.
That's not
Oh, man.
true at all. He
It
was
just got
born
so
in
retarded.
America. There's no evidence to say that he wasn't. You're just some schizo conspiracy theorist.
I think
I
it
don't think
comes down to. It
I
comes
don't
down
think
to a very
Hussein
simple
was born
point.
in America. I'm sorry, dude. Whatever.
You either believe in accountability or you don't. So, if you think that people
This guy
should be able
clearly
to
doesn't.
rape children and then just walk away from it, if you think that's okay, then I mean that's on you. That's your personal politics. That's
Trick,
fine.
You're right. I'm not a leftist like Trick. I don't come in here and call people the hard R every fucking night. So
I don't come in here and call them the hard R. I do that in a different server because I'd get muted in here.
True.
leftist admits to calling people the hard R. Black people at that.
Yeah, I'm a lot, but I'm not like you. You are a liar. I'm not a liar. That's the difference between us.
How did I lie? When did I lie?
Because you said Barack Obama's not born in America, but there's no evidence to say that that's true.
Okay. Can you prove that he is?
I think his birth certificate probably.
Yeah, all evidence says that he is. He showed his birth certificate.
Let me clear something up. Okay, so that Charlie Kirk no longer has to go down this path. Barack Obama's mother was born in America. She is a U.S. citizen. She's a white lady from the Midwest. Do you agree with me on that?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So by virtue of his mother being a U.S. citizen, he's automatically a U.S. citizen no matter where in the world he's born. Something they never told you when they were making up this nonsense. Now you know.
W Infinite, thank you. Thank you for the well, I was gonna say thanks for the alley-oop, but he just like Stephen Curry 3-pointed that bitch, so
Yeah. This is how it works.
Well, I still don't use the N word.
Well, that's fair. I don't either.
Yeah, I do. I'm not racist.
I
So
might be wrong, but
you know, you
yeah,
can
you
be.
are.
Look, you know what's funny? You can be.
Yeah,
you
you
can
are.
be not racist and use the N word, and racist and not use the N word. You know that? Isn't that
No,
crazy?
okay, yeah, maybe using the word, but you literally call people it, bro. Like you call people in here the N word, bro, that are black.
Wait. People like as in more than one? That's not true.
Come on, they're black.
Oh, so you
We're
only
we're
called
not
one
talking
person
about
the N word
people
ever?
here. We're talking about blacks. Let's
Talking about-
not be silly.
yeah, we're talking about Javon. He's less than human.
I'm joking for the record, just in case anybody tries to pillory
I'm
me
not.
later.
Look, hey, look. The only person I ever say the hard R to is Javon, and that's because I don't like him.
You know
I don't know what
someone's
the
So-
fuck you see in
Yes.
Javon Infinite, to be honest.
What's that?
You know someone's
Ghost?
clipping
Javon
that
is,
Hold on,
shit in.
Javon is
hold on.
like,
Let's give Space Ghost the room to say this stupid shit. What's that?
I don't see what the fuck you see in Javon.
I think it's funny as shit.
Well, let's
I do
see.
too. I think he's extremely. I think he's extremely based.
I see a person that is, you know, a young guy on Discord who's trying to be, you know, kind of edgy and funny, who's a black Republican, and that makes it a little difficult for him, according to him. And I kind of admire the struggle of going against the grain and being contrarian. And also, I think, you know, he's fairly intelligent, considering the competition around here. And most importantly, he's not a leftist. That's the most important thing I see. So there's that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's important. But what do you see
Yeah,
in
and
Javon?
he's
Well,
He's
I
not on the
see that
plantation.
he's kind of. I don't see that he's that smart. Every time I've talked to him, he's used the Mott and Bailey technique,
What's that?
where he goes from an extreme position, which is known as the Mott, all the way to a more reasonable position, such as Bailey, which is the Bailey.
So
the idea is there's a castle on a hill, and there's a fence on the top of the hill that's very easy to defend. But the fence along the hill, because the fence doesn't do much, you can shoot over the fence very easily. So someone starts off where you have this indefensible position, and then switches over to the very defensible position. That's the Mott and Bailey. That was a very inaccurate description of the Mott and Bailey fallacy.
Trick.
Yeah.
You're like the worst debater in here, though.
That's really ironic. You're like
All
super
you do is
fucking
throw ad
retarded.
homs and shit. Like all you do is throw ad homs, and then
That's
you
not
call people
true,
that,
but that's okay.
and then
Ironic.
then you call people the
Irony,
hard R.
irony.
Every time you lose, you just call people the hard R. Like I don't really get it with you.
I only
to be
call
honest.
Javon the hard R because he deserves it.
I mean, you
How
can't
is- see what
disagree
I'm
with
saying?
that.
How is so much always about Javon though? God damn.
I don't know. I
Well,
mean,
the-
the fact. I mean, I could
I'm just
also go over
defending
the
my
fact
usages
that
of
he
these words
threatened
instead
to
of- that's
shoot a
all.
trans person in the face.
Pete, was
Uh,
that just a convenient time for you to deafen, or did you do that on purpose?
Who deafened?
Free speech came in and deafened right when we were
See,
speaking of your hard R usage.
the thing about shooting a trans person in the face is that you rob them of the ability to see their face, and I think that's a shame. I don't think you should ever take away a trans person's ability to have to look at themselves. So I don't recommend anyone shoot a trans person in the face. Oddly enough,
No.
because of
Just beat
what
the hell-
they
no,
do to themselves,
just beat the
I
hell out of
also
them.
don't recommend that you kick them in the nuts. So,
Mm-hmm.
but,
Yeah, if you kick a trans woman in the balls, will her balls hurt?
well, that's
Like
the thing.
her, like as a
No
woman.
trans people have balls, right? The men
That's
get
not
them
true.
cut off, and the women can't have them. So it's just like
Bottom surgery is like less than single percentage.
No, not all of them
all
actually.
trans
I think
people.
I think Trick's
It's a
gonna be right on this
minority.
one. Yeah, Trick. Yeah, he's right on this because most of them can't afford it or haven't been approved for it. So
yeah, I'm sure it is a
yeah,
minority.
he's right.
It's a horrible fucking procedure. Like, listen,
Yeah,
my
and
my
no,
my incongruence would have to be so high. The levels of like disbelief that I would have to go to be like, I feel so much like a woman that I want my nuts cut off. That's a crazy fucking level, dude.
yeah, dude. My dad, he shared this fucking like little meme thing with me not too long ago, and it was like how in like the 70s, like they did dumb shit. Like dude, I can't believe I fucking did that. And then like the 80s, it was like, oh, I can't believe I did that. It was like the 90s,
People are doing
man,
that
I can't believe we
forever.
did that. And then people in like 2025, or like people in 2050 are gonna be like, dude, can't believe I cut my dick off, cut all my vital organs off, whatever.
I think there's
Shit's
definitely gonna
crazy,
be a
dude.
few people who regret butt chugging, and some of y'all are gonna regret eating Tide Pods. I think there's no doubt about that.
I think a lot of Republicans are going to regret like deep throating Trump's boobs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's funny. Next time you meet a trans person that can't afford that bottom surgery, tell them to do what we do with goats. It's called debudding. You just wrap a rubber band around your balls a whole bunch of times. Eventually, your balls will just fall off.
Yeah.
If you keep it really clean, hey, you did that shit for however much some hydrogen peroxide and a rubber band costed you. So
Yeah,
there
that
you go.
purple shit. What's that purple
Congratulations.
shit you spray on there? I don't remember what it's called now. When you fucking clean it, but yeah, that's the way to do it.
No, we've actually started something at work, and it's essentially like, because there's a lot of trans people that work there at like the lower levels, because it's can be like entry level job, and those are majority of where trans people work is like entry level work. From like what I've seen, like retail stores, restaurants, shit like that. But we've all made a vow between all 12 stores that we have in our area to not engage in any conversation with them above what we like have to. Like yes, no's, that's it. And a few of them gotten fired, a few of them got have quit. I think they're starting to get the message now.
Why wouldn't you just like treat them like everybody else? I just don't get it.
Well, because they're adhering. Okay, so if I walked around with like a swastika tattooed on my forehead, would you like open me into your group with open arms and treat me just like I'm one of your friends?
Yeah, but like, did the trans ever try to like exterminate an entire group of people?
They're trying right now. They're trying to exterminate Christians.
No, they're not.
They're
Okay,
trying to
this
exterminate
just got
gays.
so retarded.
They're trying to exterminate gays.
And they're trying to fucking indoctrinate our kids, which is
I think it's
making them commit suicide. So
Mhm.
essentially, the answer to the question is yes, they kind of are.
Yeah,
I think this is
honestly like
a deranged take.
I think the best thing for trans people would be to, just die.
I believe that you believe
Die
that.
off or get help. Die off or get help, because the help that you're receiving is like gender affirming care bullshit that's not even real, which I can prove that.
I'll be honest with you.
but-
That's the shit in the side chat, Mike. I don't know if you are familiar with that. That's what we used to spray on them when they would get when they would be gilded though. Anyway, when horses would be gilded. Here's the problem, Judah Mac. So the commentary from the left, and I'm being serious here. The commentary from the left is always, look, just leave these people alone. They're not hurting anybody. Okay. There was a time when that was true. The problem is we're past that time. We're at a time where they're actively shooters. We're at a time where they're actively telling us that they have the right to go into your schools at 5 years old and explain trans ideology to them, even against your will. We're at a time when they are pushing a narrative that is scientifically unfounded.
Infinite.
I'm not finished. We're at a
All right,
time
boomer.
when these people are looking to actively harm others when you challenge them. We have videos of Ben Shapiro being accosted by a 6'6" former Navy SEAL trans woman that put her hand on his fucking neck and told him he was going to go home in an ambulance, even though, as Ben said, you don't go home in an ambulance. But anyway, who said anything about their intelligence? We have countless videos of these people acting out violently when they are challenged. Now, it doesn't mean that they're all shooters. It doesn't mean that they're all killers. But the notion, the idea that they're quote unquote not harming anyone and just let them be, we're past that. You can't say that anymore. You could have said that. 10 years ago, you might could have said that. You can't say that today. That's not an accurate statement. There's too many videos on YouTube of people walking up and challenging them, or them walking up to other people that are holding up signs, that are protesting, that are outside of a college, et cetera, and becoming violent. We see that these people are unstable. We've seen they have a propensity for violence. We see them murdering more people and becoming active shooters, targeting Christians. I'm sure, don't worry, they'll get around to y'all, targeting some Jews. And it just is the case that you can no longer say they're not hurting anyone. I'm sorry, I just disagree with you here.
I don't think I was making the claim that they're not hurting anyone. I think they probably hurt people about the same rate that other people hurt people. I'd be willing to change my view.
Okay, listen, I'll just go with you on that. Let's just say that's true. If that's true, and it's because this is a mental illness that is being propagated under the guise or the banner of some type of civil liberties, and is being perpetuated by people by incorporating it into the LGBTQIA plus fucking alphabet, and then acting as if this is simply an issue of like civil rights or whatever, then that means that these are preventable attacks and that we are actually causing them. And so, even if they're hurting people at the same rate, it doesn't mean that these aren't preventable by changing the way that we're interacting with these people.
I don't know if I quite buy into the stream of logic, but
right, I understand. I'm just telling you where I disagree with you here. It's fine. We don't
yeah,
have to agree on that.
yeah.
But I understand your position. And there was a time, by the way, that I had this position. Before any of you knew me, I was someone who was saying, leave these people alone.
I mean, anecdotal, like I know 2 trans people and they're just pretty fucking normal people, except for one of them's like a 6'4", 300-pound chick.
Yeah, they're very normal until you challenge them. They're very normal until they get angry. And then all of a sudden you see that they have levels of violence. And you're like, where did that come from? Well, maybe it come from taking a female and injecting her with testosterone, for example. You know. I don't know if any of you have ever been around females that didn't have testosterone, but they can actually be quite irrational and angry sometimes.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Irrationality.
That's the whole gender.
No. Listen, I've been married. You're married. Okay. You can't tell me. Listen, men get angry. Men turn almost every feeling they have, especially when they're immature, into some form of anger. Right? You hurt my feelings, I'm angry about it. I'm sad, I'm going to get angry about it. This is something immature men do. When men mature, they learn how to accept being sad, being jealous, etc. Okay. Women have a ability to be what we would have called in the old days hysterical. You can say it's a form of like emotional irrationalism, where they will say things that are almost just Narnia. They will say things in the heat of an argument in a moment, and they'll say things like, you always do X, or this is always happening, or you're talking to her because you want to sleep with her. Right? Just made up, just completely made up fucking shit that men just do not do. At least not nearly the same rate as women do. This is a direct difference between men and women. If you've never seen this, I would just tell you, give your wife time.
I've seen it a million times.
Okay, right. Okay,
a million times.
Right. Now. Okay, yeah. So take that same thing that I just described to you, and inject it with testosterone.
Well, women do have like 15 to 70 nanograms per deciliter of testosterone, which is like the natural amount, in their body. It's very, very low, very extremely low.
That's not what we're talking about.
I work with a lot of people that are trans, or I've worked around them, like just like I explained a few minutes ago, like they're starting to get fired now, and they're starting to quit, whatever. But um, the male to no, the female to male one that I work with, it's a prime example of just like you said, Cracker Barrel. So naturally, her body is it's a she, and we call her a she, and she gets mad, and one day she'll quit. It's fine, but
Are you not worried about any
if
lawsuits that could come from from you creating a
well, I'm not a
hostile work
manager.
environment?
I'm just an employee, so it would just be like a workplace dispute. If she wants to quit, that's fine. Doesn't fucking matter to me. I'm still gonna
No,
work there.
if she files complaints and then she also goes and says, "Hey, I was working in a hostile work environment. I had to quit due to
Well, she's
stress
still
and
with.
all this
Well,
stuff."
here's the deal. She's still within her first 90 days. We could fire her tomorrow and not have to give a fucking reason. It could be for poor work. It could be for anything. Okay, she could file all she wants to. Good luck. I'm in a red state. We don't do that shit here. All right. But
But if you do
she is
get,
injecting
but if
herself
you
with
documentable evidence of
up to 1,200 nanograms per deciliter, which is like more than me and you have probably almost, no, maybe not put together, but almost probably put together, Cracker Barrel. And I don't even know your levels, and you don't know mine, but that's a high amount of testosterone, right? That is like extreme. That's like if you're roiding out almost, except she's fat. She doesn't work out. She just eats all the time, even while she's working. She constantly fucking eats. It's disgusting, greasy food. But that has put she has more hair on her legs than me. She has more hair on her arms. It's disgusting, right? It's like a wildebeest. Fucking ugh. But she spazzes out, dude. And women already have like emotional problems and shit. So when you're mixing that with, our
oh, well,
testosterone, what testosterone
Kurt,
does to us as
have
men.
you seen men when their fucking football team loses?
Yes, but what he's saying is not inaccurate.
That's natural
I
response.
wouldn't say
That's
hold up,
natural
hold up.
response in our bodies.
The way
How the
he's
fuck is
saying
that natural response?
the way he's saying it is wrong, but it just is the case that because women have such high levels of estrogen, it does make them subject to a lot more emotion. If you've ever been around women, and based on your voice, I don't know if you have or not, you've never disclosed about yourself, so I'm just going to assume you've not, since you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. If you've been around women, you will see them sometimes just start crying for no reason. And you'll say to your wife, well, you won't, but I will. I'll say to my wife, Abigail, honey, I love you. What's wrong? Why are you crying? And she'll say, I don't know. I just feel so emotional. I can't stop crying. Okay. This is literally
I feel
something
like you're making a hasty
I
generalization.
understand you feel that way, but that's because you don't know anything. So
I mean, what
anyway,
about men who, well, I can tell you, like, men will sometimes be angry for no fucking reason.
Space Ghost, stop interrupting.
this is something
Fuck
that
off.
you will virtually never see a man do. Okay? And there's a reason for this. And it's okay. By the way, let me be clear. I want my wife to be a female. I want my wife to act like a woman. I want my wife to have a lot of estrogen, get emotionally upset sometimes, and cry for no reason. Why? Because she's a woman and that's what she's supposed to do. I'm a man.
Amen.
I do other things. So I don't have a problem with this behavior. But what I am suggesting is that when you take that behavior that we're describing, that is naturally that of a woman, and then you inject it with a bunch of fucking testosterone, the thing is, men have to go through a learning curve. Men have to go through a process as they advance through puberty and go through high school, etc., how to live with our testosterone. Because we're going to be walking around with a fucking, some aggression and a hard dick for like, 5 years straight until we get about, like 18. And then it slowly starts to wane. And we really don't even notice it until like 25. And men need this curve, right? We ramp up, and that's why you have to do things with your children, by the way, when they're young. Like you tell the boy, don't hit the girl, because eventually one day they're going to have a bunch of testosterone. So Yeah, men have to learn how to deal with this testosterone. These women, these females who are getting injected with this testosterone when they become a trans man, they don't have that learning curve. So they
Yeah,
have
they're
their
skipping
already
everything that we
irrational
went through.
female emotions that they deal with sometimes due to high estrogen, and then you're injecting that with a bunch of testosterone. I'm suggesting it's not a great combination.
Yeah, I agree. They're basically skipping everything that we spent, just like you said, usually 25 to 30 years. Some people even longer than that to fully understand. People think men's bodies are so like, especially other like women and stuff. And there's some men who just aren't educated on their own body enough to even talk about it, to be honest. But uh, we have our own kind of processing and shit. Just like you said, I agree with all of it. It does like, you know, when you're little, like your dick gets hard, you didn't really know why, and it's just things you have to learn. You get mad for no reason sometimes. That was the same way, especially like I don't, I have two kids, but they're little, so they're not in those teenage years yet. But I've heard from everybody else, and I remember from myself, young men can be very fucking hard headed, and a lot of that's hormones,
Of course.
leaving the body.
You listen, I've raised a boy and a girl. You can take the boy and you can scold him and you can watch what happens. His face will turn red, he'll get angry, he'll ball up his fists, he'll begin to cry, he's mad, and he'll want to kick something or break something. You can take the same age child, but they happen to be a girl. You scold them, especially daddy's girl. She puts her head down. She looks away from you. She immediately starts crying, and then she looks up at you with these big eyes, and she's like, "Why did you hurt me like that by scolding me?" It is night and day difference between boys and girls, even before they have all these hormones raging through their body. And this just comes down to knowing that boys and girls are different instead of the years you've spent being trained to believe that they're all the fucking same. So,
I got 6 kids. I got 3 boys and 3 girls, and I can tell you that it's not
Holy
that fucking
shit!
simple.
well, if your
I
kids
got
are
one
gender
girl
confused, it may
and one
not be that
boy.
simple. I don't know.
Well, you're gender
My
confused,
boy is
so
married to a
I'm
biological
pretty.
female and has children. My girl is married to a biological male and has children. My children are fucking
Yeah,
normal. They're not
I've got 8. Yes,
homosexuals. They're not
I got
trans,
8 grandkids. I got
and
8
that's great.
grandkids,
Hey, that's a cool story. They're
and
not gender confused. They're not trans. So
no,
yes, for
you're
me,
just
it was
confused
that
in
simple.
general.
So for me, yes, it was that simple that my boy and my girl were different. Now, if it's not for you, that's fine. That's between you and your kids.
Wait,
So
why?
fair.
Wait, why is his different? Wait, why is Barrel's case different than than
Mine either.
anybody else? Well, like what makes you think he's confused? He has two children of both sexes
Yeah,
that are straight.
I've got,
Not
and I got 3 of each. And I got 8
how many of them?
grandkids.
How many of them turned out gay?
None of them.
Okay, well,
What
good
point
They're
are
then.
you
not.
trying to make,
But I will
lunatic?
tell you. But I'll tell you that my fucking. I'll tell you that my daughters got just as fucking angry as my boys when scolded. It all depended on how I fucking approached it. Now, isn't it?
No, not really. Um,
Yeah.
so it just is the case that you'll see these differences manifest. And for those of you not here to
Well,
be contrarian and just argue like
well,
this
maybe
dude
you're.
does, every time he comes in
Well,
here, you will notice the
well,
difference
it's
when your
because you're
boy
fucking
begins
wrong
to
on
go
everything that
through
comes out of your goddamn
when your
mouth.
boy begins to go through puberty. Thank you. Goodbye. When your boy begins to go through puberty, you'll see these differences manifest much more strongly. In fact, if you don't see these differences manifest, I'd be concerned, frankly. Um, but yeah, this is just a natural development process. This is why, by the way, if you think I'm wrong, just go to a typical school and just see how many fights involve girls versus boys.
Yeah,
Simple.
that's true.
Yeah,
It's very simple.
I let kids fight. I'm not gonna lie. I let like especially young boys fight each other. Like as long as they're not poking each other's eyes at or anything like that. I think it's healthy, actually, for young boys to fight. You know, they learn how strong they are in relation to others. They learn that there are people out there that can kick their. Yeah, they learn a lot. That's my opinion, though.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I believe in letting them do
Yeah,
it as
also
well.
with girls too, also with girls, like he said that his girl was like more like aggressive and shit whenever he scolded or whatever. That could be like, I
He's
would say a
lying,
girl that
dog.
would. Well, no, I mean that could happen, but I think that would be based off of something that they witnessed. Like maybe he was a, you know, a wife abuser, to their mom, and then, they saw the mom like react in self defense or whatever, and they're like, you know
Well,
what, I need to be more aggressive to men. So
look,
that could be true.
listen, to be charitable to what he was saying, he may have been talking about when they were very little, right? Like when you have kids that are like say 2 or 3 years old, they are more similar at that age, right? Like a 2-year-old boy and a 3-year-old girl, or same age, whatever, boy and girl. They are much more similar to each other at that age. As they get older, each year, the differences in their sex will manifest more, right? Until you hit the
Yeah.
ultimate fucking like terrible time when your girl goes through puberty, because that's the worst. But that being said, when they're very little, boys and girls, actually, when they're very little, girls tend to outpace boys in a lot of ways because girls mature physically faster than boys up to a certain point. But obviously, I'm not talking about that point when they're like tiny, teensy, as we call them around here. Uh, but once they get up to that, like, 9, 10-year-old age, and you really start to see this divergence in their sex, it's incredibly clear. Like this is, by the way, this is when you'll see sports starts to deviate, right? Like before that age, you'll see sports are co-ed. A lot of times you'll have girls and boys playing together on the same teams, and you'll see that like 5, 6-year-old sports leagues, a lot of time girls will beat boys,
Oh
because
yeah.
yeah. But
Those
then
wrestling
when you hit
matches.
that like 9, 10, 11-year-old age, yeah, you see this divergence start to occur.
If you see
I
like
have a
kids
nine.
wrestling. Oh my bad, go ahead.
I have a 9-month-old daughter, and I have a son that's due in December. And they'll be like exactly like a year apart. But yeah, if he's
Damn,
talking
bro.
about like
Irish twins.
yeah, yeah. If
Yeah,
he's talking
exactly.
about like if that's actually her right now, I don't know if you can hear, but um um if he was talking about like younger, you're like, yeah, dude, she's 9 months, and if like I take something away from her, she gets like super pissed, you know. But that's also like an infant, you know. I don't know what he was talking about, but I hope it wasn't that age he was referring to. It was like infants and toddlers, because yeah, they're all the fucking same. Doesn't matter,
Yeah,
like boy or
they're
girl.
very similar. I mean, and of course you do have personality and temperament differences, and those things are going to vary across. But within your own house, within, if you have a couple of kids, you're going to see it. I mean, and the thing is, you'll see boys, like they teach this shit in colleges that like, oh, boys do certain things because they're told to do these things, right? Like you don't have to tell a boy to want to play outside in the dirt with dump trucks. You don't have to tell him that. Most boys,
Yeah,
not all
right. They'll just
boys,
do it.
no, but most boys, they're going to want to do that. They're going to observe their world without you telling them. They're going to pay attention to people that are like them, males. They're going to naturally observe the things that males are doing, So
Yeah,
you don't have
just
to
like the
go out
same
of
way,
your
like you
way
don't
to
have to
teach
tell
them.
a girl to go. Yeah, I was like same way you don't have to tell a girl to go play with her Barbie
Yeah,
dolls
she's
and
gonna
have tea
see her
parties with stuffed
mom
animals and
with her
shit.
ears pierced, and she's gonna see her mom putting on makeup or whatever, or shaving, and she's gonna want to do the same thing her mom's doing. You don't have to like, and people get bent out of shape where they're like, oh, you made her like pink. No, she just observed other girls liking pink. You don't have to make them. I'm not saying it's not
They also
partially
have
learned.
like just pre-built interests.
No,
Like it's wild.
100%, 100%. Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
is what makes me which is why everything we're talking about right now just confirms to me that trans, there's no way that it can be natural. It can be like embedded in their core that they're going to be trans, because these are learned and trained behaviors.
I don't know, man.
There's
I'm
actually
not super
somebody. No, real
convinced.
quick. There's somebody in here who's trans and has trans kids in this server, and when I see that, I'm like,
I
how?
want to
I mean,
say
I thought
that's
these.
trinket, ain't it?
Yeah, because if you're
Yeah,
talking about
yeah,
less than
yeah.
one,
I think.
me and
Okay.
Javon, that's you that I was talking about this shit with the other day, bro. We were talking about how trans are like how they say that they're less than 1% of the population, yet we've seen them Well, yet we've seen them rise in numbers like at an astronomical amount the last,
Especially
2
with Gen
years.
Z. Yeah, especially with Gen Z, like my
Less than
generation, bro.
1% is no longer accurate. It's more than that. It's
There's like
more than that.
I want
It
to say
has to
like
be more than
10.
that.
I want to say like 10 at least. I mean, I went to school with people who one year they were on the basketball team, the next year they're trans. Like crazy,
Yeah, I
crazy.
know. I feel like it's like a it's a trend, dude. It almost seems like it's like a trend
But
that people are trying to hop on.
the thing is, like, what are the odds that Trinket's gonna have a trans kid? Like, and they're also trans. Like, what
No,
is
I
the odd?
know. I let me be clear. I'm not 100% sure it's Trinket, but I think
Oh,
it's
okay.
but I think it is. There is somebody in here that has a kid that's trans and they're trans.
Like, what are the like what are the odds?
I
What
mean,
are
to
the
be
fucking odds?
fair, there's
I'm
somebody in here who has kids, and they don't. Well, I can say it because they disclose it openly in their PFP. But Effie Science, Effie has kids, and Effie doesn't push being trans on their kids. Now, does that mean I think it's like the healthiest environment or whatever? No, no. I think a child's optimal setting is a male that identifies as a man, a female that identifies as a woman, and those two people are married and together raising their children. I think that's the optimal setting for children.
That is so transphobic. How can you say that?
How
Yeah,
dare you?
I know it is transphobic, color me phobic. But yeah, but that being said, I think there's levels to it, right? Like they're not all the same.
I'd be interested to see how many families have multiple transgender people in them, because you would think that per family it would be a very low probability of there being more than one, right?
Exactly. Yeah, especially if it's truly less than 1%. Yeah,
And I don't
the
just
math
mean
would
like
make that almost
mom,
impossible.
or dad, and
so
then children. I
those
mean
of you
just
with the view about
cousins
trans
or
being learned rather than like innate, do you have the same view about being gay?
No,
Uh,
I
no,
don't.
I think with
I
some
I
people think you're born gay. I don't think you're born gay. I think that it's I don't think it's a learned trait, but I think it would come from uh like if you hung out with women more in school, like there's more girls that you hung out with in school from like a young age, stuff like that can make you gay,
well, like
or
if it's
having a lot of women raise you and like no men being around. But I can't say that's for all the cases though, because like we even see from some cases where there's like dad's not around, it's single mom and has nothing but sisters, and they're still or no,
yeah.
the other way around. But yeah, like you get what I'm saying.
But like, if it's not a choice, because I think it's a choice. Like, you talk to a gay, like, why do they intentionally lighten up their voice on purpose? Why do they walk
Hmm.
around and flame up and switch around and two snaps in a circle, ooh, and all that shit? They're. I don't know if it's mental. It could be a mental condition, because I think when I see behaviors like that, I think of like something form of retardation or something. But the ones, if it's not being retarded, then why are you intentionally doing this every day? Why are you switching your hips back and forth when you
Right?
walk?
Why do they imitate female behavior?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. And
And they do it as like a caricature too. They don't do it as like they do it like the fucking trans woman that was on the Bud Light cans, right? The days of girlhood. Like it's not the way
Oh
women
god.
actually act. It's a caricature of women, and that's what a lot of gay guys do. Yeah, not all of them, but yeah, certainly they do.
Yeah, and
But
I'm like, you're forcing your voice to be that light. If you wanted to talk regular, you could. And then
I still
I
find
got
them a lot more tolerable than I do trans people, especially ones that like acknowledge that. I've met a lot of chill gay dudes that will admit that like trans are fucking weird. They don't want to be associated with that, you know, culture. But I just I have to tell them like respectfully, if you align with any of LGBTQ, or if you ever rep a rainbow flag, unfortunately we are gonna circle you in there with them regardless, and
yeah.
they'll disagree and then they'll agree to disagree, I guess. At the end of the day, it's like, but I still recognize that they're different if they
so
make
I
it, open that they are.
so I've been wrestling with this innate question a bit on trans people, and you read all this literature, and you see what these psychologists are saying. You see what people whose opinions are not the consensus are saying, with rapid onset gender dysphoria, ROGD. I encourage you to all look up J. Michael Bailey's work that was suppressed from Northwestern University this year when he published, and then they forced him to retract because it wasn't politically expedient work that he did. But he did some really good work on rapid onset gender dysphoria, and what I'm beginning to suspect is that there's going to be some confluence of characteristics that come together in such a way that cause this outcome right around, like post-pubescent era. Right around there, especially with girls. Now, what that confluence of events is going to be difficult to say, but one of the primary things that I see occurring over and over again that nobody disagrees on is how many of these cases overlap with autism. There is such a high rate of autism among these youth who begin to identify this way and develop or go on to develop gender dysphoria that I believe that's definitely part of it.
The moms are popping them Tylenol PMs, bro, like fucking candy.
I'm also convinced that there seems to be some connection to girls who are not, how can I put this delicately, traditionally attractive or traditionally socially accepted. So you can imagine you have a girl, she's autistic, she doesn't fit in well socially, maybe she's not that attractive. This causes whatever feelings to evolve in this person, right? Anxiety, depression, whatever. And then they have this idea that they've latched onto. They have this notion that they've latched onto. And the thing about a lot of autistic people is they latch onto things and they obsess over them, right? They not the 4chan meme autism, not that real autism, not Asperger's, real autism. And
like Jeffrey Dahmer.
And they mule these things over in their head to the point that they maybe are convincing themselves. In other words, what I'm trying to say is they may not need convincing. A lot of what we've thought before is like, oh, people are putting this on them. I'm beginning to suspect that they're kind of latching onto these things and that they're doing it to themselves. They're conditioning themselves. And then it's being reinforced. By everybody who said, well, I'm not saying to agree because I'm saying I have an idea. I have a thought on this. I
agree that could be a possibility.
Yeah, it could be a possibility.
But because I've asked myself the same question, go to a LGBTQ rally or just look one up, or a pride parade, and just tell me how many of those people are fuckable. First question, ask yourself that,
Yeah, I feel like
how many
it's
of them are
always
attractive?
the least fuckable people who become autistic, or not
yeah.
autistic, but become
and it's always the least fuckable people that are screaming about, they're screaming about my body, my choice too. It's like a fat woman that would never no guy would ever fuck her, dude, and she's the one screaming my body, my choice the loudest.
Well, you don't know.
I
She's
find that
getting more ass
ironic.
than you.
Like,
I find that ironic.
Did y'all see the picture I put in the side chat tonight of the couple I took at Walmart?
Hell yeah, I saw it.
Okay, so if you didn't see it, I think it's still in here. If you scroll up, let me see if it's still in here. No.
Let me put
it
it
back
in
in
place.
There. Hey, Rat, can you put it back in the side chat? However you did that before. I just want to make an example here. This is not to poke fun. Javon, this is one of your boys, dog. He was getting down. Okay, I just want you to know that this brother, whoever he was, I got mad respect for this guy because what he is doing is the Lord's work. He is doing everything he has to do to satisfy this person. And I'm telling you now that if this black guy didn't exist, this white woman would be trans. Like, I seen this couple tonight get out of a car in the handicap parking lot, of course, and they were such a oddie body fucking mismatched couple that I had to follow them in the store and get a picture of them and post it. This was a 400-pound fucking white whale with the dyke haircut, and I mean just as unattractive as a woman could possibly fucking be. And she was with a young, skinny black dude that had on some red Jordans and a red hat and busting a little sag and way younger than her.
What the
And
fuck?
it's the most obvious, these two things don't go
Yeah.
together fucking relationship you've ever seen. And I'm sure dude is benefiting heavily from it. But my point in saying all this is just to say that this would be a trans woman if it were not for this black dude who was willing to get in there and dig around in there.
What does he look like? What do they look like? I haven't seen them. I haven't seen.
I think Radachowski's gone because I want him to post a picture. Let me see if I can grab it.
Yep.
And
Yo, Javon, I was gonna ask you about that the other day.
It's in Mimi, by the way.
About the young skinny black dude with
No,
the fat white
no.
woman.
Well, I was going to ask you about that in general. It's no, they say it's a stereotype, but why is it that we see, these like smaller, slim, skinny black dudes that go after these, fat white bitches that we always see at the end of a gas station smoking a pack of Cools with like 3 little mixed kids, from all different dads walking out. Like, why is that such a thing? Like, what narrative?
Because in the old country they got like 200 calories a day.
Oh, shoot. Oh, yeah. I didn't know it was you. No, I was gonna say I think it's a thing. It's purely for financial gain. I mean, black men like that. Broke black men like that. Target fat, unattractive white women, and the best thing for them is they want them to have little brown kids. So they already know that they like black dick. I mean, that's like a huge. And I've heard them say this before. They don't got to work oftentimes with these women. I don't know. I mean, it could be an assortment thing, but
I think you're right, Javon. I think
they got
you're
somebody
right.
to.
I saw that picture
So
and I
they
thought to
find
myself,
somebody.
Big Mama got some money.
So they find somebody who can implement, like who's like definitely being took care of by the government, but still makes enough where they can, cover their phone bill, shit like that,
Yeah, I think they do it because I know black dudes like us who don't work a job and just play 2K all day and sell weed
what
in the
he's
hood.
saying is the most obvious thing in the world. That's my whole implication. Yeah, of course that's what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, this dude is obviously using this bitch and she's getting fucking poked for it. So yeah, that's obviously the arrangement, but the point is that like it's such a fucking like first of all, dude has to be getting the short end of that stick. Like I mean,
well, she's not.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
Let
me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you right now. That man would have to be working with some fucking wood, dog, because he's got to get through at least 10 inches of fucking fat.
Oh God.
Bro's getting lost in that shit though.
Like,
Don't
let's keep it real.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Side chat. There you go.
Oh man. That's a big old broad.
And by the way,
we just know she ain't riding cowgirl, right?
And
can
by
breastfeed
the way,
backwards.
She goes forward. She goes forward as much as she goes up. You didn't see her from the side, but there's as much going to the front as there is going from the ground up.
Look,
but the women. But here's the thing too, Javon. Here's the thing too. I think we talked about was that it's not always a skinny black guy. It's just some black guys just whatever.
No,
but
sometimes it's a skinny white guy.
The white woman that
the skinny
like the
white guy will be carrying the fucking purse.
But here's what we know. Just like I said, me and Javon was talking about how it's usually previous. She's already had previous relationships. With like other black dudes. That's why she has 3 fucking kids. 2, 3 kids, whatever. Sometimes more than that. But the thing is, these white women, these fat ones, they weren't fat when they met their first black guy, though. It was whenever he, got her pregnant and then ran off. And then
listen,
I've seen some that I've seen some that have been really attractive, came from respectable families, and 5, 6 years, 8 years, 3 kids down the road, night and day difference.
The black dudes that I grew up with would have never fucked this bitch. The black dudes
she looks like a lesbian.
The black dudes I grew up, the ones that taught me how to holler at girls, they always had fine ass girls. I'm just gonna keep it real. they would have never fucked with this bitch. And listen, this motherfucker's living high on the hog. First of all, look at his elbows. There ain't no ash there. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, I'm being real. There ain't no ash on this dude's elbows. Okay? He's living straight. He's dubbed out. He's fucking got on fresh kicks. He's on a shopping spree right now. She's taking her man shopping right now.
Yeah, but he is at Walmart instead of Target.
Okay, but in our town there ain't a Target.
I call
Okay.
Target Target because
Yeah.
for some reason
So,
everything's overpriced.
Hey, he's on the shopping spree right now.
This is sad though. Like,
She's
I
getting
hate
him
the,
fresh for whatever chick he's gonna go fuck that ain't her.
like,
Right now. So
I know a streamer like his name Dewan, and he literally just streams 2K all day and just sits with his fat white woman. It's
yeah, I ain't
and she
hating on.
works for
Listen,
GE.
I'm not hating on the dude. Okay, let me just be clear. What I'm saying is, if it wasn't for this dude, that'd be another trans right there.
Damn, there is already. I mean,
I'm
fuck,
trying to tell you.
she
So,
looks like a lesbian named Debbie or something. Like,
and what I've always said, and people have heard me say this before, I will believe that trans is innate the moment that you show me a blue-eyed, blonde-haired, gorgeous woman who was the prom queen, graduated valedictorian, comes from a Christian family in Montana that's still together, and she's a fucking trans. Because it shouldn't just be ugly fucking bitches that come from broken homes in California, right? There should be, if it's just spread around naturally, if it just randomly occurs in the population naturally, then the girl I just described, one of them should eventually be a trans. Right? There should be no reason that she comes from a
That's
good
true
family.
too.
Yeah, just show me one of them, and then I'll believe it's innate.
Yeah, show me somebody that comes from, well, they would I get what you're saying. From like
Yeah, that's why I just gave
show
all
me
those
somebody from like
descriptors.
a prominent figure from a community, like, people that you grew up with, who, their parents, they had money or whatever, and they had their whole life planned out, and they're like beautiful, attractive girls. Show me,
Yeah,
like
show me that
what
girl becoming
like what you're
trans.
saying is, yeah. Well, people will say like, look at Elon Musk's son or whatever, but even he looked kind of fucked,
I mean,
before, so he
listen,
kind of had it.
there's no doubt that you all have seen The Matrix before. Okay, The Matrix was
yeah,
written by two brothers, the Wachowski brothers. Okay, these were
And they
some of the
became trans.
ugliest men you've ever seen in your life. I mean, these were super feminine looking, fat, ugly fucking men. And they became the Wachowski sisters. Both of them,
Yeah,
both of them
isn't that
went
weird?
trans.
fucking crazy.
Okay,
That is crazy.
I know, bro.
so
And now the LGBTQ likes to take anybody who liked the Matrix, and says like it, like, how we say like, have you been red pilled or whatever, as like a,
yeah,
joke, but it has like its own meaning, which is still its meaning. But they try to say, oh, it's funny how you guys like call something in your community that was wrote by two trans people. It's like, no, it was wrote by two fucking dudes, and then their minds got fucking warped later on. Like, when they realized that they suck at being dudes, they wanted to try something else. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm
And
like,
yeah, that is
maybe all that
fucking
money
weird
went
though,
to
and
their
it
head.
sucks, and I hate that barrel, dude, because I really enjoyed The Matrix. Just like the first one, it was a really well wrote movie. And it was, extremely well directed. They did a really good job on it. I just think that they're fucked now. Obviously, how does siblings become trans? Both of them.
yeah,
Well,
no,
Are they
one of them
twins or
probably
brothers?
they're not
got
twins.
an
They're just
idea.
brothers, but they are the Wachowski brothers, and they're several years apart in age. And yeah, they both transition. They both transition around the same time. They're worse looking women than they were men, of course. Um, and they're almost proof that trans is fake as a innate characteristic, at least. Um, unless you believe that this random thing that pops up somehow happened in the same family to the same two brothers, at the same time.
Yeah, if
in their 40s.
it's by chance, and how?
Yeah. No, it's
I wish I
not
could
good.
hit the. I wish they had like a trans Powerball, dude. I would hit that shit.
By the way, I always tell this story because it's anecdotal, but it does make you want to start looking deeper into this. You know, Abigail's sister, who was adopted, whose sister has mental health issues. She has 2 daughters. This is my wife's sister, who's adopted. She has mental health issues. She discovered her biological family. They have mental health issues. She had 2 daughters. The first daughter turned out to have a eating disorder and had to be hospitalized for it. The second daughter turned out to be a man. So
What does that mean, hospital? Like eating
hospitalized from the
disorder,
fact
like
that she
like
was nearly
it's like
starved
they
to
can't
death.
eat.
No, that she had nearly starved herself to death.
Is
And by the way, these things, and the reason I'm bringing this up is because these 2 girls, you know, who are sisters and both, these are, if you think about an eating disorder,
Actually,
and you think about being trans, they're actually very closely related.
yeah, I could see that.
They do represent something that, you know, says to you like there's something inherently or fundamentally wrong with my body that I need to go to some extreme degree to change, and it's not real, right? Like if you weigh 99 pounds and you think you're fat, you're obviously deluded, and you're doing some procedure to make yourself worse off, essentially. And there's suicidal ideation with it, and depression, and all that, and this, you know, but anyway, the point is they both had this. And they come from a mother who has mental health issues and a grandmother who has mental health issues. So.
Oh. Unbelievable.
11-11, boys. Make a wish.
Make a wish. So you got the 2 kids young, early, gonna get them out the way. That's good. Get it over.
Yeah,
How old are you?
me 25. I'm setting my vasectomy up with the VA before December, before my son's born.
Good call.
2 and through.
My brother-in-law had that done, and then he had another one. So.
I think it's a common thing. I don't know. Maybe a white community does that.
Just know.
Wait, how?
Huh?
Because your body heals.
Because sometimes it
Really?
don't work. Yeah, they had 4 kids. He had a vasectomy done, and then they had a 5th kid.
I know you can get a vasectomy reversed.
No, he didn't get it reversed.
I think
he just
got it done.
My brother-in-law had him,
man.
He's putting in the Lord's work, so he's.
Yeah. I mean, God must have wanted him. I'm just against vasectomy, but other people are for
He's
it.
trying to save the white race.
I know, it's like a weird kink of yours. You got like a.
Well, maybe because I didn't interact with it growing up. I never met anybody other than like hopping on this app, and I've only met white people who get it. It's not a bad thing, you know. I've heard the arguments. It's just weird to me.
I think the reason that the reason I'm getting one is obviously I don't want her to have to take what's it called?
Birth control.
Tube side. Get a tube side.
Yeah, I was about to say
either of those. I don't want her to have to do either of those. Well,
It's a
one
bigger surgery for women than it is for men.
Tubes tied is a really huge surgery for women. Yeah, that's a good point.
With the birth control thing, she's only gonna need to take that for a certain amount of years of her life. The rest of her life, she ain't gonna be taking it. So,
I agree with dude here. Regardless of what else you do, avoid the birth control, dude.
Why you say that?
It's not good for women, dog.
It's bad for
Ariel
their hormones.
Ariel has hers.
It regulates their hormones, things like that. Not saying that women can't be responsive to.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Women are already emotional enough without any kind of any extra things added to their body. So I want her to stay as natural as she can. With the vasectomy, though, the way I think about it is like, dude, I got a girl and I got a boy, and that boy, you know, he's gonna carry on the name. I'm good. I don't need any more. And two, I can manage. Some people can manage a ton of kids. Me, I know I can manage 2 kids. I know I'm financially able to
Charlie,
handle these two, so that's what I need.
I'd say
Look,
shoot
what
for
I'm
5,
saying,
but I respect
what
you
I'm
too.
saying,
But
what
I
I'm
say
saying,
shoot for
Charlie
5.
Kirk is saying the unfortunate event your son or daughter or both your kids turn out in a way you don't like. I know it's unlikely. Maybe I'm being like paranoid because I always prepare for things. Like, I mean, say something god awful happens, or say he ends up gay and you want to make another son, but you're like, fuck, I can't. Like, have you prepared for
Well,
that possibility?
I guess one, I wouldn't let him end up gay.
I know that's what I've said. Like, yeah, I'm getting that, but I mean, say he just completely rebels against you, like type shit. Like my dad hates the shit that I do online. I don't do porn, or nothing. I just make funny videos and shit like that. He hates that shit, and he's always been
Yeah.
an anti-social media dad. But I said, "Fuck you on that one. I'm
Well,
gonna be all over social media."
That's
So
because he didn't do his job in instilling in you the
it,
values when you were young of one, why you should listen to him, two, why you should avoid the pitfalls of social media and rotting your brain with the internet, and three, you don't have the kind of relationship where you're just willing to do what he wants you to do and respect him.
what helped me a lot,
That's
I
a
think,
failure
not
on
as
his
just
end.
like, I mean, like for my instance, I grew up in a time where it was just now starting to catch word that kids could call the cops on their parents if they were doing whatever to them. That
yep,
shit wasn't
yep.
around like when my dad was a kid, but my dad didn't really give a fuck about any of that. I got my ass beat a handful of times. They were all very
Bro.
warranted. Now that I look back at it, I grew up in the church, whether I wanted to go to church or not. I had to get up on Sunday morning because that was one of my two days that my dad had me was Sundays, Mondays, and every other weekend. And every Sunday, it didn't matter what was going on. I had to be up by 7 to eat breakfast, go shower, put on my Sunday's best, and go to church, whether I wanted to go or not. It was just like we're going as a family. Like this is what we do, and that happened from such a young age that it had already became such. I think what's important for kids, and I saw this with like my little sisters, is a routine. Routines are so important, and I see it with my daughter too already. She's only 9 months. A routine is like
Kids love routine.
Maybe
very
I'm gonna tell you
yeah,
this. Me
they
and
do.
my sister did that one time. I mean, called the cops on my dad. And she's the one that was like begging to do it. So we did that one time. Officer Ingram shows up. You know what's going on. He realizes what's going on, and then he just gives my dad his belt and said,
Yeah, he should have
and
beat your
says,
ass.
yeah. He gave
Yeah,
my dad his belt, and he was like, "You got to do what your parents say." Basically, just gave us a talk saying you got to do what your parents say. That's all it was.
yeah. Here's what I thought, or here's what I knew in my head growing up was that I had a certain amount of fear of my dad. Not scared of my dad, but a certain amount of fear knowing that I should not do anything that would result in me getting my ass whooped by him. Basically, if I would think about it after, I got disciplined, before I go do something, would my dad approve of me doing this if he was sitting right there watching me? And if the answer was no, I wouldn't do it. And it was out of that fear that if I do it and he finds out, you know, I'm
Yeah.
fucked, basically. And the routine for the church thing, it's good. Um, I went up until like probably middle school, high school. I went every Sunday up until then, and then I went to live with my mom more, which they're only like 30 minutes away. But she lived in the city, he lived out in the country, so it just worked. It just made more sense. I still kept my relationship with my dad and everything, but I just had to live there
Yeah.
because it was more convenient for me and shit. But I didn't develop my own sense of faith. I'm still a Christian, but I think when I was growing up, I wasn't. But it was the routine that made me comfortable and uh, something that I like to do. And I think it also is partially the reason that I hold the standards that I do for my life now that I'm older. Because when you're young and you hear about things that are wrong, things that you shouldn't do, and then you get older and you see those in action, there's like a little bell that rings in the back of your head. It's like, oh yeah, I've heard that before. You know what I mean? That makes sense. A lot of
Yeah.
people who didn't have the privilege, I would say, to grow up in that environment. I'm not saying that like they all turn out bad, but they might not turn out the way you want them to as kids. That goes back to what you were saying, Javon. Like, what if I had a kid that didn't turn out a certain way that I wanted them to? It's about structuring their life enough. If anybody else in here has ever been like in the military, I was in the Navy, so it didn't matter when you go to boot camp. Doesn't matter what branch. Doesn't matter where you're from in the world, what you've done, who you are. When you go to basic training, you're all the same, and then they structure you to be the person that they want you to be. You don't get to have your own mindset. You don't get to have your own any of that. That shit's all thrown out the window for the most part. And I feel like you have to do something similar with kids for them to turn out decent.
Yeah,
Now, if they don't want to be a Christian or whatever, like when they get older, sure, that's fine. My dad, he probably would have been disappointed, but he wouldn't have shamed me if I decided to not, stay going to church or just whatever. But it's kind of just setting you up for structure. That's the most important thing for kids, structure. And we see that with kids who turn out, gay or trans. They lacked structure growing up.
Yeah, I was saying all else considered, that should work, but I'm just saying there's sometimes it just doesn't, man. And perfect example, what's his face? T.I.'s son, famous rapper, movie actor T.I. has a son that's claiming he was gangster and grew up in the hood. And like you see stupid shit like that, right? Completely disrespecting his father. I mean, you're T.I., you're worth millions of dollars, bro. Why is your son growing up in the hood? He never did. But it's shit like that you see. I'm like, that is a
Well, we see that too right
possibility.
now with kids in high school. We see a white kid that grows up in, that has a, like a white kid who grows up with a single mom, single dad, or the parents are fighting and shit. He goes to school and he tries to find that void, and that void he finds most comfortable is, hanging out with a group of thugs, people who actually are, from the streets or whatever, and then he tries to fit in and he tries to adopt that lifestyle. And then everybody from their hometown has one of these, dudes, whiter than snow. And you see him, and it's almost like he never graduated high school. Still to this day, he's in his mid-20s, posting fucking mirror selfies with fucking shitty artwork tattoo. Fucking his job, his list of jobs, how on Facebook it'll say works at, and his thing still says and his thing still says works at Krusty Krab, and five other fucking jobs that he's kept for a week or two. Yeah, so
If you're my age, go back to your home neighborhood or whatever. Like I know a white guy who does that. He now my mom lives in the suburbs. Go back there, you're still gonna see Charles just walking the same streets, doesn't have a car, doesn't have a light, just doesn't do shit like that. But in the suburbs, grew up, rich white family, and just turned out to be complete shit. It's just like,
yeah,
damn.
no, I see it all the time. Yeah, I don't live in that city anymore, and I wouldn't go back. But I do get what you're saying. But I do you one better. Go to your city or your county, and then go to the mugshots every week and check those out. That's what I do. I go back and look at all the kids that I went to school with, the kids that I knew when I was in school with them. This person, because my dad would warn me, be like, "Hey, don't hang out with them." I'd be like, "Why? They seem cool." He's like, "They're gonna end up in jail."
They were all the
Just wait
black
and watch.
kids. Don't hang out with the black kids.
No, no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't
My
all the
kids
black
play with
kids.
other black kids.
No,
I don't let them do it. I
no.
just don't even take the risk.
Most of the black kids that I went to school with, some of them turned out bad, but some of them, got college scholarships, to play sports, and I think a lot of that was for, coaches. They catch these kids young, and I think that's something that people think is racist. I've heard it be called racist. Who called it racist? Colin Kaepernick, whatever. Oh, he's a
Yeah, he's
fucking
an
idiot.
idiot. Man, he's a moron. He's
He
not even
said that
black.
he said
He's
that
half
he
black.
said that he said that NFL was the equivalent to modern day slavery,
Slavery.
and
Yeah.
my dad said, I hope that he tweeted out. He said, all right then, how about you give back every dollar the fucking NFL ever gave you, or that team ever paid you.
I wish I could be a
Like
slave and make millions of dollars. Damn.
that's the thing. That's the thing, bro. Is that shit was
The thing
crazy to me
about
when I
that
read that, but.
is Colin Kaepernick may have had a point to make about the way players are treated or something like that. But the thing is, when you use that type of hyperbolic rhetoric and you compare something to slavery, or the most famous thing everybody likes to miscompare is Hitler and Nazis. The problem is twofold. One, you turn off people who might otherwise have agreed with you, so help actually draw attention to it. But two, you just seem irrational. You know, you seem like somebody who has an agenda, or worse, who is simply being dishonest. And so it's best to avoid these like hyperbolic comparisons, where you just say these totally out of proportion things. So I don't know why he made that comment. I thought that was silly.
Yeah.
Well, he's doing the whole BLM shit. He's not even black. That would be irritating me. I'm
Well,
like, why
Javon,
is it?
something that I was going to ask you about too is, well, because you grew up similar to me, like if you said that, like you grew up in the suburbs, so did I. What I was going to ask you is,
Well, my mom was in the suburb. My dad was in the hood, and he was going out of prison.
okay,
That's why I lost a lot of respect for him, because I didn't look at him as an authority figure. Because I would always say shit like, and I give him shit about it today. Like, bro, you made me look outside of a window for hours waiting on you sometimes when I was a baby, but your dumbass is in prison. You did it twice. Like, it
yeah.
irritated the fuck out of me when I was
So,
younger.
but let's put yourself in the shoes and just say that like you weren't blessed enough to have a mom, who like was worth a fuck. Let's say that you only had the dad that was in and out of prison, and then the next step was like like the grandma or maybe even social services, and those can kind of turn out the same way because grandmas always get abused whenever they have kids dumped on them in black families that I've seen in my hometown, right? So like what I was gonna say
My nana loves
is,
that shit though. She wants to watch my kids. I mean, she asks.
yeah, but like you get what I'm saying though. Like whenever somebody older, it's not just black families, it's white too. Whenever somebody who's older, nearing retirement, or they are retired, and then they get all these kids dumped on them because their kids didn't turn out to be shit, and then it's kind of like they want to help, so they'll give them a place to live, but they really won't give them any structure or rules because they're way past that point in their life, right? So basically, what if you had to grow up in that scenario, and then I'm giving you like a real example that happens every day, and I think it's a blessing, or some say it's racist. And then you start high school, and you're very athletic, very fast, very built for sports, and a coach, an old white coach of the football team, sees you on the first day, says, "Hey, I want you to come, during lunch or gym or whatever. I want you to come see me." And then he basically gets you into football, even if it's something like you weren't thinking about. Next thing you know, you got a college scholarship. Next thing you know, you're going to the NFL, and you're making millions of dollars. That's something that happens to so many of these players that people call it racist. But I just say that it's giving somebody a life. I mean, if it's racist, then somebody be racist to
Happened to
me.
LeBron, yeah, happened to LeBron
know?
James. Happened to what was that dude that played in the Blind Side? Yeah, it happens to a lot of these players. Now, it
Michael
ain't
Orr.
racist. Yeah, Michael Orr. Yeah.
Yeah.
It ain't racist at all. No, I don't.
Otherwise, we saw. I mean, no, that's actually a perfect example. Yeah, the blind side. What alternative life did he have waiting for him if he didn't go play football?
Gang shit.
You saw it in
Violence.
Memphis, bro. In fucking Memphis, dude.
Yeah, Memphis just like Louisville. Yeah, where I'm. Yeah, nah, ain't shit. Nah, go on. Yeah,
I've been to Memphis twice, bro. I've been to Memphis twice, but I went to Graceland, to see Elvis's home. But that's not a place you want to take a random exit at to use the to use the gas station bathroom. Like you don't, like you want to just keep driving.
I've always been fine in Memphis or any hood. I mean, I feel I blend in pretty well until I open my
Oh yeah, you're
mouth. I usually
black.
don't even. Yeah, I mean, ain't nobody fucking with me.
You're
Usually.
black.
Yeah, you're yeah, Javon, you're black.
But there are whites though that are in the hood. But the thing is that you got to be black passing if you're gonna be white. You got to sag your pants.
Hey,
you know what I'm saying?
Javon,
You got to.
you're black.
Hey, they don't have to axe, Javon. Okay, you guys don't gotta axe him.
Javon, I don't know if you know this or not, dog, but you're black.
or you have to be something that I've seen, or you have to have like if you're not like that pants sagging, you have to have a black guy that's walking with you. It's like basically escorting you. It's like you're being escorted onto a military base, bro. Like you gotta have somebody with you.
There are white people like Jen Lee who go to the hood and say N-word, go to black barbershop, say N-word, but they're accepted. So it's just like you have to I guess, act black in a sense. If you're gonna
You know
survive
somebody
that.
crazy to me, bro? Do you remember that rapper? What was his name? Fuck, you'll know who I'm talking about. GMEBE Bands. Have you ever heard of him before?
Nah.
Well, he's dead now, but he was a white rapper out of Chicago. And go to the interview with who's that guy who interviews all the rappers?
Vlad
Vlad.
22.
Nah, he's talking about
Vlad, yeah, fucking Vlad TV.
Adam 22. Vlad. Yeah.
Yeah, Vlad TV. I'm gonna link it in the chat and just let you look at it. But his dude showed up, bro, in
I
this
don't like this
interview.
format.
Oh wait, well, my fucking keyboard's unplugged.
You
No
mean
wonder
that
it's not working.
snitching ass police format? That fucking get
No,
on
his
there and
format.
tell it all the way back to the Kennedy assassination format? That fucking get your ass put in the penitentiary format? What's wrong with his format, dog?
His format's just stupid. Like, I'm
he's
like,
he's helping black folks out.
He's an idiot.
Yeah,
He's
so
Vlad.
Bands got fucking beat to death. But this was an interview that they did with his crew or whatever the fuck. Yeah, with his EBE crew, whatever. But he kind of takes me for somebody who could have been like, because you could tell he's forcing the way he talks.
Yeah, a lot of these rappers they get caught up in the image, and like because most rappers I've ever even met or known, like they're not really hood, most of them, but they get caught up in an image, and what do? They want to play and be hood, and that's gonna lead them to joining like a serious gang. I mean, 6ix9ine is a perfect example of this. He ain't from the hood, he ain't street at all, but he just wanted to play an image, and that's what he argued in court. I'm not racketeering. This is just an image I play online for views and shit. And it's like, where you a Treyway tatted on your body, you a Treyway gangsta blood. Why, this is racketeering.
Watch that interview I
Why
linked
you
you though.
pretending like 6ix9ine ain't hood, dog? Like,
6ix9ine is a rat for one. He ratted and he.
Nah. Cause we talking about D6ix9ine? We talking about gangster 6ix9ine? We talking about fucking. Who you talking about?
No, he's talking about a different guy.
We're talking about Rainbow Hair 6ix9ine.
Tekashi. He's talking about Tekashi 6ix9ine.
Yeah,
Tekashi's gangster as fuck. What are you talking about?
No, he's not. He admitted he wasn't
Come
gangster
on,
in the
man.
courtroom
Come on,
because
dog.
he's
running,
a Rainbow.
He was running with Bloods in New York.
Yeah, but they kidnapped him, raped his baby mama, and then
come on, that didn't happen. Come on, Tekashi's a gangster.
That's what
He would have never stood for that, dog.
I think he's trolling. I think he's trolling.
I was about to say,
never accepted anybody.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
He would have never accepted anybody doing him like that, man. Come on, man.
I love that fucking gif Mark put inside chat. That's a good one.
Yo, Javon, though, check that fucking interview out that I put on there.
He's not gangster at all, bro.
And just listen to the way he talks. EBE Bands. Just listen to it. Just listen to the first 20 seconds of that interview. You see it?
Javon, clown, dude.
Javon totally missed it, but I'm clowning him in the side chat.
I'm looking. I'm like, he's not. This dude is not gangster at all. He fucking snitched, but he claimed to be a Treyway blood, and that's why when they hit him with those racketeering charges and had him locked up for a year in the feds, he started snitching, and he did what people who ain't from the streets. He started snitching and everything. I'm like, well, that's the life you claim. Why not live it?
I'm talking about what I said in the side chat.
Oh no, but look at Javon's new chick. And then he said this LOL.
My bad, Mike. I broke it.
No, it's okay. It's all right.
I mean, Infinite, your forms of gangster wasn't. Those were your gangsters in the '90s. Shit. Let me example of fucking. Who are famous people from the '90s who dress like that? Let me see. Dennis Rodman. He ain't gangster though. Nah, that would be a good one.
I forgot wore dresses, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah. I'm trying to think of a prominent figure from the rapper from the '90s that has like a.
That's a good thing to think about. That motherfucker wore dresses, and none of us were like. We were just like, he's a weird motherfucker. That's all we thought about.
I do remember this dude. Yeah, he's been dead for a while. Yeah. But yeah, they another good example of what you're talking about. Charlie is look up fuck, what's his face? Slim Jesus. Charlie's on deaf. But yeah.
Fucking this rainbow bright looking motherfucker.
If you saw him in person, Infinite, you would definitely think he's gangster, right? That motherfucker would put fear in your
You
heart.
talking about Takashi, dog? I was trolling you. I know who the fuck Takashi is.
Because I'm like, if I saw him in person, I'd be like, he's not intimidating at all.
Dog,
Looking,
as soon as this bitch got out of fucking prison, out of jail after snitching, and made that fucking Gupta song or whatever, he literally had a part in the video where he's bragging about being a rat. Like, he's such a disgusting fucking human. And the thing is, he's going around nowadays trying to make the distinction of like, oh, did I snitch on my homies? Like, dog,
yeah, that's what he said.
the G code ain't about fucking snitching on your homies. The G code is about snitching, period. There's not an when did gangsters start making an excuse for snitching on your fucking ops? When did it become when did it become cool to tell on your fucking enemies? That ain't the code I grew up with. The code I grew up with was you don't fucking snitch. It don't matter who it is. So what? Because this bitch got fucking done bad, that makes it cool to fucking tell it? Wrong. You know who it's cool for to tell it? People that ain't playing gangster. But if you live in that life, if you're pretending to be that guy, then you've capitulated. You have admitted, you have committed to these rules. And these rules don't go away just because somebody fucked your girl. They fucked your girl because she wasn't ever your girl to start with, dog.
Him and Charleston White did a podcast together. Charleston White's obviously he's a snitch or whatever, but I heard him say that there's no honor amongst thieves. What Charleston White said. So he said, I don't give a fuck because Charleston White got off on murder, and he was like, yeah, I'm all for snitching. He's like, ain't no honor amongst
Yeah,
thieves. He was
I've
like,
heard Charleston White speak on that, and that's fine. But my argument is, if you and that's fine, Charleston White ain't about that life. But if you're claiming to be about that life, then you have taken allegiance to these unspoken rules. You know what I mean? The same way that I'm facing 15 years in prison, and I still can't tell it. The next plea bargain I get, I'm facing 12 years in prison. I still can't tell it. Next plea bargain I get, I'm facing 9 years in prison. I still can't tell it. I don't get to tell it just because some circumstances of my fucking being in prison changed. He don't get to tell it just because he got done bad.
yeah.
No, you
What
don't
if you
get
get
to
beat up and
snitch.
kidnapped?
You still
What
don't
if you
get to
get beat up and
snitch.
kidnapped?
Listen, you have taken part in that life. That's a life you chose. Hey, listen, if you're an innocent fucking bystander and you get caught up, yeah, talk to the police. Tell them whatever you want to tell them. He's not an innocent bystander. He's somebody that wanted to play gangster. Okay, playing gangster means you don't talk about it. You move quietly. Get your revenge when you get in the penitentiary. Get your revenge when you get out the penitentiary. Whatever. Like, you don't get to tell it. No, he's a fucking snitch. He's a dick-eating fucking snitch. And I hope they get his ass. I hope some bloods eventually find him and make him a target.
He's making it popular to snitch though. Like that's his whole thing. Like because he always says he's not a rat. That's what he says. He's technically I'm not a rat.
Because I'm just gonna keep it real with you. I don't know nothing about Treyways, but I can tell you 100% that the Pyrus I came up around, I can tell you for sure that the 6 Deuce Brims I came up around, they would have had his fucking ass and been playing with it.
No, Treyways are definitely killers, bro. They mask up.
All I know is their set needs to get to fucking doing work then, because they letting this motherfucking clown run around in his clown makeup. So why ain't they put his ass down yet? And I hope they do. Fuck him.
But then he denounced all of that, even in court. He renounced his whole
What's
gangster
that mean?
shit. And
When
just
do you
said,
get to denounce? When do you get to denounce what you've already done?
Yeah.
I get to go out and make all the money and get all the fame from claiming I'm running around with these gangs that I'm a part of, and now that shit went bad, now I denounced it. What does that mean? That's just words. That's not actions. You already did the action. You know, a motherfucker told me a word is your bond and your bond is your life, and you should be ready to lose your life before you break your
Hey,
word. So,
yo, Barrel.
this motherfucker needs to be found, and I hope they get him. What's
You
up?
know what I would like to see? I was just thinking about it. Bloods and Crips and all that bullshit. I would like to see the Bloods and the Crips conjoin forces and take on the Sopranos so I can watch all the motherfuckers get whacked.
Sopranos. That's funny.
You know, the Bloods and the Crips have to be the Blips.
The Italian dude, I'm telling you, bro, the Italian gangsters, bro, those were the original. That was the original fucking gang, bro. Like
There's only been one black mafia, and that's BMF Big Meech. You know, there's only been one. Really, I think that could rival the Italian mafia. Yeah, I'm gonna say Big Meech.
You've heard of the DeMio crime family, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm telling you, bro. Like, they like those are the people that like you don't want to like. Those were the kinds of people that like you didn't want to. Who was the big guy too? Fuck, bro, the guy who would be on TV and everything, bro, and like cops just turned away from him back in New York.
With the Italian mafia dude.
Yeah.
Fuck. Damn. I know who you're talking about. He's Italian. I just can't think of his name. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. Fuck.
Let me see his name. Was it Al Capone?
No, I want to say Al Capone. Hold on one second.
Al Capone was one of them, bro. Al Capone.
Yeah,
No,
that
John
was
Gotti.
that was a
Sorry,
long
sorry,
time
John
ago.
Gotti. John
Capone
Gotti.
was
John
part
Gotti,
of the
yeah.
Chicago syndicate, and Gotti was part of the New York syndicate.
Yeah, John Gotti was the guy that like literally, bro, like law enforcement wouldn't go after him. Nobody would fucking even touch him, look at him wrong, bro, because he was a master of connections, bro. Like the mafia's top dog. Like yeah. He was in the Gambino family, right?
Was Gotti part of the
Uh,
Gambino
let me,
family? I don't remember.
let me see.
I mean, that was one of the
Yeah,
ruling families in New
he was the
York for a
boss
long
of the
time.
Gambino
So.
family. Yeah, he was the boss of them. But it was five. It was one of the five families. So it was five families that made up the Italian American mafia. No, yeah, one of five families. It gets confusing, bro, because there's so many that all work together and shit. And then there were
What
some
was it?
that.
You had the Chicago, you had the Jersey, the New York,
Uh-huh.
and
then Brooklyn,
Boston.
New York.
I don't remember. Yeah, they were some at
Yeah,
one
no, I
time.
mean you had it right. Yeah, you had it right. And then there were some that worked in like South Florida.
That what I put in side chat. That's what BMF Big Meech is talking about. I'm mad they canceled his show actually, because Trump pardoned Big Meech, and then he basically said if y'all not paying me to do his BMF show, cancel it, and they had to cancel his fuck. Cause I liked his BMF show. If you know about BMF, Big Meech, Infinite or Charlie.
Nah, man, I don't know anything about what you're talking about.
Yeah, you never heard of Larry Hoover?
I ain't cool enough. Of course I know who Larry Hoover is. He's over to GD's.
Oh, I was about to say, damn.
Yeah, he's
I love
over all the
anything like all the
GDs.
history about the Italian mafias. Like those are gangsters that I want to learn about, not what the Bloods and Crips are doing. Fucking pussies.
Yeah, I like mafia shit. You know.
But you gotta
I do.
understand, dog. The GDs are very different in the South than they are in Chicago. Like, you know,
We got some GDs here. Victory Park.
like for example, you have all these different birth branches, right? You have like insane GDs, black gangster disciples. Um, when they go to prison, they abandon their birth branches, which is a no-no. But they do it, and they all fall under 7-4 Hoover branch, and that lets them all combine into making the biggest gang in the penitentiary. That's how they do it. See, Crips don't do that. Whatever their set is, that's what they represent. You got a 5 Deuce Hoover Crip, he stays a 5. You got a Grape Street, a Kitchen Street Crip, that's what they stay. Okay, and then if they get into it, if they bang on each other, they bang on each other. They're not uniting like that. Bloods are the exact same way. Vice Lords are the same way. You got a
I never
four corner
understood. I was
hustler
gonna ask
or a
you this.
conservative vice lord or whatever, they stay their birth branch. GDs are the only group I've ever seen that will abandon their birth branch and all fall under this 7-4 Hoover shit.
L-
So
Let me ask you a question, since like you seem to know like a good little bit about this shit. So if somebody's like, you know, when do they get, you know, like sworn into this shit? Usually like young, right?
well, there's a saying, you know, you bitches are sworn in it. I was born in it, right? And what they're
Yeah, you ain't
saying
sworn and you born.
is like, I mean, there is a process, but for most of these young dudes,
Usually they got to kill somebody, right, or something
no,
like that.
no,
Or
no,
you ever heard the
they
term
ain't got to
jumping
kill
off the
nobody.
porch?
What I'm
He's
trying to
my
say
age.
is that for most of these young dudes, the idea that they were sworn in it is something like, hey, I see your gang over there. I want to join your gang. And it's not like that. It's more like, this is the neighborhood you grew up in. These are the dudes you were around. And this is what they represented. And you were always going to represent that shit too. It's more like that.
I see it. So
And
here's
yeah,
my question though.
there might be a
For certain
process that they. Oh, go ahead, Javon.
No, I was gonna tell him like, and I'm just letting you know. I can show you. I can't come on camera, but I have EST tatted on my body, and I didn't do what I'm about to say, but he says it in a song to catch a body for EST, then you're locked in. But that's just not, you know. I just happen to know the dude growing up. But yeah, you don't have to always kill somebody. Infinite is correct. He's like, you ain't sworn in, you born in. You ever heard the term jumping off the porch before, Kurt?
Yeah.
That's what they're usually talking about. Oh, he jumped off the porch. He did so and so, so and so. Doesn't mean you necessarily have to kill somebody. I mean,
Here's my question though. For a young guy who you know who's living that life, who's at the, I guess, the bottom or like the beginning, you know, stages of it, whatever. He's got like their own kind of chain of command, right? So to somebody who is working, I guess, doing shit for that gang, what is his benefit? Does he get paid like a job? I mean, I know he gets took care of, but you know,
Well,
like
shit, he's got
for
somebody that's
like
gonna ride with him.
bodyguards
He's
and
got homies. He's got partners. He's got people to get money with and do dirt with and smoke with and drink with and fuck with and get bitches with. And he's not alone. He's not out here riding in the street fucking solo and ready to get dumped on by fucking 10 motherfuckers. Like,
I
you
get
know,
that.
and there's
What
a
about the
brother
people
and
at the
there's a
top though?
brotherhood to it too. Like, it's not just like everything ain't just about crime all the fucking time. You know what I mean? Like, there's a brotherhood aspect to it where you fit in,
Yep.
you belong. Like, I'm gonna keep it real, dog. Like, not so much with Crips and Bloods. Crips and Bloods are very loosely organized, but GDs and Vice Lords have a fucking real serious structure. Like, they have a board, they have ranks and everything. And like, to be on the board, you got to be a very high ranking member in that fucking area, whatever that set is. And they have a lot of rules. Like, in prison, GDs had the strictest rules. They had to show respect to other people at all times. They wasn't allowed to do no hardcore drugs. They wasn't allowed to fuck with no homosexuals. They couldn't get into debt gambling or for the store man. Like, they had a bunch of fucking rules. And those rules kept shit in check. You know. So, I mean,
What if
yeah.
but there's people at the top, right? Like bosses.
shot callers
I mean,
in
yeah, in
prison.
prison you got one structure, but on the streets, like the highest thing you're gonna have on the street is like an OG or a double OG, and this is gonna be somebody that either birthed that set, created that set, or did something to earn that title. You know?
Okay, so what's the benefit of starting a set? Do you get paid off of everything that goes down, kinda, or no?
It depends. Look at Boosie and Marlo Mike. Have you heard about that?
Lil Boozy the rapper?
Yeah, Lil Boosie, wipe me down. Fucked up, Holly. Yeah, dude. He what he did was he had a kid. He would pay Marlo Mike, and he killed like I think 15 people in his name. But he was 15 years old when he went to prison. He turned himself in because he said he couldn't sleep at night. and he groomed this kid to become a stone cold serial killer for him, and he would pay him thousands of dollars per body. And Marlo Mike had tatted on his body, Boosie, who's next? I don't know. The whole case is very sad, and Boosie got off scot free while Marlo Mike got the life in prison. But yeah, it's really sad. It's one of the saddest shit I've ever seen. That's why I love it when Charleston White goes off on Lil Boosie, because he's like,
Well, what kind of people was he trying to get? Was he trying to get the kid to kill? The
all his
people that he was
ops.
beefing with?
Yeah, Boosie was not man enough to go do it himself, so he literally got a child to do it, and he tatted on his body,
Yo,
Boosie,
Boosie a
who's next.
bitch. Yo, Boosie a bitch.
I
You
mean,
heard about that, Infinite?
but using juveniles to do dirt, not even like you ain't got to go as extreme with killing. You could just say holding guns. You could say holding dope. When
That's
they're
a
standing on the
strategy
street.
because they won't get it because they're minors still, and they won't get the full,
Yeah,
charges.
there's a lot of
Because they still get
reasons.
expunged.
They might be able to get away
Yeah.
from the police easier. I mean, yeah, but the point is it like using juveniles to do some shit like this is not like it's not unheard of. It's not crazy or out of bounds.
Yeah,
Or whatever.
you know, it's just sad though. He turned himself in. I think he would have got free if he didn't. But he was so fucked up by all the people he was murdering to where he just couldn't sleep at night. And it's fucked up.
I agree. It is fucked up.
15-year-old kid too.
Yeah, he's 15 when he went to prison, killing 15 people. Like at least he had a conscience. Most of these shooters nowadays, like, yeah, well, like
Have
hell,
y'all
they
seen the video of the black dude that got into the back of the Uber? That older white lady. He put a gun to her fucking head, cleared all of her shit, and then fucking shot her and dumped her off the side of the street.
Yeah, I saw that shit.
That's a sick video to watch, bro.
That's why I recommend women either when they do drive, especially like female drivers, you know who you're picking up, carry a gun with you. Because I would have aimed that gun where he couldn't have seen it and blasted him through the fucking seat.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing. I was watching that too. I thought the same thing. I was like, man, even if I didn't have my gun on me, which I always have my gun in my car.
Yeah,
but even if I didn't, dude, you're driving on a 2-lane road, and I saw like woods and shit. Dude, I would have gassed that motherfucker the second he put that gun, like, because he didn't have it straight to her head the whole time. But he had it aimed on her. I would have fucking swerved that bitch to the left and then gassed it right off the side of the fucking street, bro. Like, I'd have done something. If you're the driver, you're in control. You know what I mean? For the most part.
Yeah. As soon as he put the gun out, I would have probably did some Mission Impossible shit if I could. To drive over to the other. Like, man.
Yeah, dude. I'd have gassed the car, dude. Opened the front seat, fucking hopped out, dude. Just let his ass go riding off into the side or some shit, you know?
I never actually joined a gang, even though I have a gang tatted on my body. I never ever joined one because it was just like.
Are you gonna get it removed?
I don't know, probably ain't, unless it was affecting me somehow. I mean, I don't know if you have Instagram. You can look on Instagram, ESTG. He's the biggest rapper out of Louisville.
Yeah, you little wannabe.
No, what about what about T Grizzly, man? He out of Kentucky?
No, he's he committed his robberies and had his sting going on.
Oh, Lexington.
Yeah, down in Lexington. But he's from Detroit, because a lot of these guys, they'll come to Commonwealth states, like they'll go to Kentucky, Indiana, or whatever, and do a lot of these crimes. Yeah, like I knew a thief, right? A booster. I'm gonna tell you, I knew a booster, and he would go right across the bridge and steal whatever he can, because in Indiana their laws are a little bit different, and they have their alcohol just out in the open and no cameras or whatever around. And he would just come back with all these big bottles of alcohol, especially in the wintertime, and sell them for cheap in the hood. He would go around stealing all kinds of shit up in Indiana. Yeah.
T Grizzly, he's making his money off them GTA servers now.
What'd you say, Walla? What'd you say?
The government's about to shut down in 6 minutes.
I saw that. I'm still gonna get my money though, right? It's
awesome.
Are you active duty?
No, I get paid from the VA.
Why is the government
active
shutting
duty?
down?
No. Like last time my chick, she was active duty and they shut down, she didn't get paid.
Shut it
No,
down. Shut it down.
I'm not active duty, but I get paid from VA for compensation.
5 minutes and 53 seconds. These motherfuckers are blaming each other too.
Oh no!
It's so stupid, dude.
What are you watching it on?
I'm just right now. I've been reading the news on the internet. I'm not watching it. I'm sure they're all in there though. They're all in there right now,
Was it
fucking blaming each other.
on C-SPAN?
Doing a
C-SPAN, you think will have it?
filibuster. Probably.
But I'm wondering, why is it shutting down though? Why is it?
Well, the Republicans say it's shutting down because the Democrats spent all the money on health care for illegal immigrants. And the Democrats are saying that it's the Republicans' fault because we won't. Basically, they're saying that we won't agree. I don't want to misquote this, but it's something along the lines of we won't agree to the Medicare, Medicaid thing that will give the illegal immigrants more free health care. I think I'm understanding that correctly, but correct me if I'm wrong if you find out. That's the way I'm understanding it right now. And I keep going back and forth. I'm looking at it on CNN right now, and it's not really. I was trying to get a more definitive answer to what I just said, but I couldn't really find one.
Schumer's such a fucking dumbass, bro.
Oh God, dude, he's got such a punchable face, doesn't he? Did you see the video of that fucker out there yelling fuck Trump" at the fucking goddamn whatever fucking protests they were doing? He's over there, fucker can barely walk around. Essential to stay open.
I don't know, man. I mean, you know, Democrats, they do want to push this new, agenda, something different, something to fight the Republicans on besides Trump. I get it. I mean, I understand.
Yo, Hakeem Jeffries is a fucking dickhead too.
So what I'm reading right here, basically the Democrats are saying that Republicans have been lecturing America all year that they control the government. So basically this is their fault because they control the government.
Okay.
But I mean, in reality, how many votes the other way does it take for it to sway? I mean, I don't think it's a lot.
No, I don't either. No, I think this is, maybe something to press the Republicans on to try to get what they want. They've been excluded from a lot of these decisions Trump's made. So, maybe they want to exert their dominance and demand that they have some say in this situation. I mean, but the thing is, really, they don't. I mean, I hate to say it, but they don't really have a say.
The Democrats are saying, and I quote, well, this is Jeffries, that fucker. He says, "We just don't have serious negotiating partners right now." Talking about the Republicans.
Hakeem Jeffries, dude, he's an idiot. I don't like that guy at all.
Yeah, me neither. What's wrong with his eyes? Looks like a demon. I'm trying to find. I guess Trump posted what they're calling a racist AI-generated video of Hakeem Jeffries and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. Jeffries called Trump an unserious individual. I wonder what this video is. And why is it racist?
Hopefully, for all the right reasons.
They call Trump anything. Trump
Yeah.
racist.
Oh shit!
I hope it's glorious. Honest to God.
I don't know. I don't know where the video's at, but oh fuck, I can't. It's fucking It's Hakeem Jeffries in a sombrero with a Mexican mustache standing next to Schumer.
Oh, that's great. That's amazing. That's not even a little bit racist. That's amazing. You know
That's
you know what the best thing ever is triggering the left to scream racism every time everybody else sees something that's just funny. You know, it's one of the most glorious things that we do on the right now. And the funny thing is, I can remember being a kid, and I can remember when the left was the people who were funny, and the left made all the jokes, and doing the exact same thing to the right. Like I can literally remember when people on the left would just laugh at people on the right because they didn't have a sense of humor. Because comedians back then were all on the left. And the funny thing is, most comedians are still fucking on the left politically. It's just that their audience doesn't appreciate them. I mean, look at Dave Chappelle. There's no better example. I mean, he's, for all intents and purposes, Dave Chappelle is a leftard, and his fucking audience on the left hates him.
Yeah, he is. He's said he's not a Trump supporter. I mean, he just makes jokes about trans people and he makes jokes about everybody. Yeah, but they just don't like it.
I baited a leftist so hard one day in here with Dave Chappelle. They were talking about it was so perfect. They were talking about the DEI shit of Charlie Kirk, right? And I said, oh yeah, you were here for it, Mike. I said, yeah. So I said, this rhetoric of Charlie Kirk, you think it's racist, right? And I said, so if I came up to you and I said that, you know, I feel more comfortable when I get on a plane and I see those aviator sunglasses on and I see those sleeves rolled up with those hairy tanned forearms, and I know that pilot is going to be competent. I was like, do you think that's racist? And the leftist was like, yeah, of course it's racist. And I was like, well, Dave Chappelle said it.
All right. Yeah. Hey,
and they got
I found it.
Yeah,
watch the first part of it. Watch the first part of that shit. You guys are gonna laugh your ass off.
Dude, it keeps making me watch ads every time I gotta click on the link. So I have YouTube.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Lee Zanya. Here at Fazoli's, we've cracked the code to fresh, fast, and affordable Italian.
Try our baked fettuccine and stuffed shell duo for just $6.99. Or upgrade to a premium stuffed shell entree.
Italian drive-thru, only at Fazoli's.
There's no way to sugarcoat it. Nobody likes Democrats anymore. We have no voters left because of all of our woke trans bullshit. Not even black people want to vote for us anymore. Even Latinos hate us. So we need new voters. And if we give all these illegal aliens free health care, we might be able to get them on our side so they can vote for us. They can't even speak English, so they won't realize we're just a bunch of woke pieces of shit, you know, at least for a while until they learn English and they realize they hate us too.
Monday, September 29th, Trump shared an AI-generated video mocking top Democrats Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, just as Washington stares down the barrel of another government shutdown. The video plays mariachi music, portraying Schumer at a podium in a digitally altered voice, declaring, "Nobody likes Democrats anymore. Not even black people want to vote for us. Even Latinos hate us. So we need new voters. If we give illegal aliens free health care, maybe they'll support us."
Look, guys, there's no way to sugarcoat it. Nobody likes Democrats anymore. We have no voters left because of all of our woke trans bullshit. Not even black people want to vote for us anymore. Even Latinos hate us. So we need new voters. And if we give all these illegal aliens free health care, we might be able to get them on our side so they can vote for us. They can't even speak English, so they won't realize we're just a bunch of woke pieces of shit, you know, at least for a while until they learn English and they realize they hate us too.
We're just a couple of woke pieces of shit.
Nobody likes Democrats
That's fucking
anymore.
epic, isn't it?
We are not backing.
The amazing part is how serious the ET report in this video is, where they're talking about it like it's a fucking, like it's a cold case file or something, and they're solving a murder. They're like, On the morning of Monday, the 17th, Donald Trump posted a video like they're solving a crime over here or something. Get fucking real, dipshit. Nobody gives a fuck.
Down. Schumer also fired back, saying Trump's so-called joke proves he can't negotiate, only throw tantrums.
Democrats are fighting to protect the health care of the American people. And we are not going to support a partisan Republican spending bill that continues to gut the health care of everyday Americans. Period. Full stop.
Mike's already seen.
There's a Republican.
The fucking video, the comments are great though. The first comment is like, "Wow, this is amazing." Chuck Schumer being honest. I didn't think and this is on the ET video. This is on the ET video that's trying to slam Trump. President Trump is amazing. This meme is priceless. I'm going to share it with everyone. They finally spoke the truth. This one says, "Glad we have real leadership in the White House." Trump just owned the left yet again with this video. I love this. Democrats have smeared Trump's name into like ET's own video is getting fucking ratioed. This is so fucking great. I love it. 471 likes. I'd love to see the count on the dislike button again. I hate they took that away. Should get the plug-in for it.
Caused healthcare crisis that is causing hospitals and nursing homes and community-based health clinics all across the country, in rural America, urban America, small town America, the heartland of America, and black and brown communities throughout this country. And that crisis is happening right now. And that's why we believe there is urgency to both keeping the government open, reaching a bipartisan spending agreement, the dangerous time,
the
closing of rural hospitals, pay $4,000 healthcare, and so he need bipartisan said kick it up to the fact that more than class Americans.
They had to get the only brown guy.
The continuing resolution in the Republican House today. It was an amazing vote, actually. It showed we want to keep things going. John Fetterman wants to keep the country. They want to going into Memphis. We'll soon be going into Chicago. We've already had people out there and in there, and FBI's been there. We've brought the numbers down, but we're going to be bringing them down. They don't get everything that they want, all these that we shouldn't be approving. Just today, the House Democrats voted against condemning the political assassination of Charlie Kirk. Republicans, we won most U.S. counties in a total land. 2,600 for the Democrats.
And free coverage to undocumented immigrants. In reality, federal law bars such benefits. Democrats say they are simply trying to extend Affordable Care Act subsidies for legally present Americans. Still, Republicans are standing firm. Vice President J.D. Vance predicts a shutdown is likely. Speaker Mike Johnson accused Democrats of trying to make American taxpayers pay for illegal aliens' health care.
We've been trying to fix it for the 8 months that we've been in office, but every single thing that they accuse about being broken about American health care.
Hey, do you follow the Her Patriot Voice chick, Javon? Javon. Jovan. Woohoo.
Joe Bong.
Oh, his girl probably coming in the room.
On April 3rd, 2025, I, Savannah Craven Entau, was brutally assaulted in the streets of Harlem while conducting interviews on Planned Parenthood. The entire shocking interaction was caught on camera by my husband, leaving no doubt that the assailant, Breonna J. Rivers, was not only guilty of aggravated assault, but also exulting over her own vicious criminal act. Rivers was arrested and reportedly charged with felony assault. But after an interview with 2 prosecutors, I was informed that the felony had been downgraded to a misdemeanor, despite indisputable video evidence of brutal assault and battery, producing significant injury, trauma, and resulting in over $3,000 in medical bills. Over the next few weeks, the Office of the New York District Attorney, Alvin Bragg, infamous for its 2-tiered system of justice that favors criminals over victims, failed to pursue the case. On July 23rd, 2025, I find out the prosecution simply allowed this misdemeanor to be dismissed.
A Pakistani taxi driver tells his passenger that in Pakistan he would be able to kidnap and her. But in Canada, he is not allowed to.
Well, if you was born in Pakistan, originally from Pakistan, you must have been kidnapped by me.
Have been kidnapped by you?
Of course. Because there is no option to get you, right?
Okay. You have your women over there, though.
Seriously. So you are in Canada, so I cannot say you anything.
Okay.
I cannot touch you anything, because it is Canada.
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely you couldn't touch me. There's laws to this shit here.
You know what I mean?
That's not that flattering. That's kind of scary.
Trust me, because like there was no option.
Okay. Well, you have a good night.
You too, thank you.
Bye, Shababoom.
On one hand, we have people saying that he was simply describing the differences of the culture in Pakistan and Canada. And on the other hand, people are saying that this is some threatening language. Where do you guys land on this issue? A Pakistani taxi driver tells his passenger that in Pakistan, he would be able to kidnap and rape her. But in Canada, he is not allowed to.
Well, if you was born in Pakistan, originally from Pakistan, you must have been kidnapped by me.
You've been kidnapped?
Dude.
What's up? I just watched that video you posted. That's crazy.
His fucking video I just found. I'm posting it in link it. I'm tagging Manitor. It's his fucking people. It's this fucking Pakistani dude, and he just tells this bitch like, "Hey, if we was in Pakistan, I could kidnap and rape you, but we just happen to be in Canada, so I can't do it." Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with these people, dog? They talking about America's crazy. This would be the same shit that what's her name? Fucking Nova would be trying to defend.
Did she have a crash out last night? I must have missed it. She messaged me today and apologized, and I was like, "What are you apologizing for?" What did she say?
I don't know what happened.
I can't remember who she was talking to last night. I think it might have been fucking. Was it Danger Close too, though?
Nah, she was debating with me over the conditions of like the Middle East and them being fucking barbarians, which is what I was saying.
It's time for you to go to bed.
You still be on Star Citizen Infinite?
I just updated the game today. I haven't played it in a while.
Yeah, me either. I know I probably have a massive update.
But yeah, Nova was arguing about how barbaric they were in fucking Canada. I mean, in the Middle East versus the West.
Yeah, well, I know she recently converted to atheism. So
she told me she's agnostic.
Well, she told me that she was an atheist. But before she was a Muslim. So. Before she was a Muslim.
Yeah, well, she said she's agnostic yesterday. I heard her tell somebody that.
She's just like everybody else at her age. She's trying to figure out what she is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I saw that Infinite. I saw it on Instagram earlier. The New York, they dropped her case and they're not even going after her, even though she had to get stitches and everything from that crazy bitch.
I didn't know if you followed her or not.
Yeah, I follow her. She's married and everything. Yeah, I be looking at all her shit. She I think she's a biracial woman. She don't look full-blooded black to me. But
Yeah, she's
yeah,
light in that lighting.
yeah, she definitely didn't deserve to get stole on like that. And plus, it looked like she had keys in her hand when she stole on her, so that's why she cut her fucking face open like
Yeah,
it. Looked like she stole like.
Big Mama fucking.
Like, you know how low down you gotta be. You gotta put a key in between your knuckle and then steal on somebody. She could have poked her fucking eye out. That's why I was like, all because of a debate. I was like, bro, it's fucking retarded.
Big Mama fucked her up.
I just got here. What happened?
Because like women don't have the force to. I mean, I guess some might. To usually don't have the force to just cut a motherfucker's eyebrow with their knuckles like that. You know, I only know dudes with bony knuckles that can do it. Type of. So yeah, she has something in her hand. Looking at it, yeah, she had a key in her hand, or in her fist, in between her fists.
I just got here. What y'all talking about? I just got here. So.
Black
But
people.
this conservative, I'm gonna call her black for now. She looks biracial, but there's a conservative black girl who's very smart, intelligent, pro-life. Was debating. Look at the video on the side chat that Infinite posted, and she got assaulted, live on TV, and New York isn't pursuing it anymore. Probably because she's on the right. But that's crazy that
That's
they're
what
doing
I
it
think
to her.
too. I just like her street work because she goes out in the street and fucking does, Yeah, that's why I like her. She goes out and interviews people.
We don't need we don't need to be just like the UK. I mean, we're kind of just like the UK is now back in 2020, but we don't need to get like them. Like right now with the UK and the two-tier system, how two-tier justice system they have over there, treating their people like shit while treating foreigners like kings and queens. It's like that's
Oh, the Muslims and stuff, and stuff they doing over
yeah,
there.
yeah. We don't need that shit over here. We don't need that shit over here. We don't really. We really don't.
I mean, I'm not really opposed to it.
Opposed to what? What?
Well, to having a two-tiered system, I mean, I'm okay with it.
In what way?
Well, like if if you're like an obvious gangbanger and you happen to lean, a certain way when it comes to the melanin of your skin, and you end up going to prison for a lot longer than white people, let's say. Yeah, I'm okay with that. We get the blacks locked up longer. That'll take them away from their families, and then that'll collapse them. And the blacks that are left out here, we'll put them in dresses and feminize them and everything.
They're already kind of.
They do that. It's crazy about that is they do that to all our favorite like superstars. They did it to LeBron
It is crazy,
James.
dog. It's crazy.
Did it
the first time I heard Eddie Murphy say it, I was like, God damn, it's true.
Yeah, they're already doing that to themselves already. So they got.
No, but there's been other people like Denzel Washington, or it says that I outright refuse to put on a dress and like. But
yeah.
the problem is like not enough of them do that. Like Tom Brady even said that he refuses to wear anything type of pride or anything.
Well, I listened to, I think it was Marlon talk about it one day, Marlon Wayans, and I think it was him. Maybe it was Damon. I don't know. It was one of them. Anyway, and they were basically saying like, why do black people got to fit into this box of like being this exception to dressing up? No, he was in favor of it. He was saying, why?
Damn.
Yeah, he was saying, why do we got to be in a box and being in this exception where we can't dress up in dresses? He started using examples of white people. He's like, is Robin Williams wrong for wearing a dress, in this movie or that movie, or is, and he was naming like different famous white actors who had done like these really famous roles. And he was saying, why aren't black people allowed to explore this type of acting,
but
et cetera, et cetera.
They are though. They are though. Mrs. Doubtfire was purely like for like ridicule. I mean, of course. I don't even think Robin Williams was overly done up in that film. This is the. But I mean, black people. What is Medea? I mean, Medea. I mean, that's what Tyler Perry's known for, cross-dressing into a woman and film. But Medea is purely satire, though. Like, I guess if you're making fun of it, I'm more okay with it. I still would do it, but if it's purely be made fun of, yeah, I can understand it. Wow. But it's like, yeah, under no circumstance still would I ever put on a dress, but that gay shit, I think they're just trying to, yeah, feminize. Maybe they think, okay, we can make them less violent if we make them more feminine, which that's just probably it's increasing the
I
violence.
don't see how that is. Motherfuckers ain't never been around the homos from fucking Memphis I've been around then, because I'm going to tell you right now, them gay black motherfuckers is violent as hell.
Here, they're always fighting. Like I'll drive downtown, right? I wish Chromaphene was here. Like, how many times do we see these motherfuckers fighting and just swanging and screaming? And I'm like, dude, what the fuck is up with this? Always
I mean, it may
fighting and
sound
shit.
like I'm being racist when I say that, but I'm telling you, dog, these gay black motherfuckers I'm talking about, like, have you ever been around these motherfuckers? God, they're another fucking level of fucking messy. Like,
No. Yeah, you gotta think. Yeah, they probably grew up getting bullied and fighting their whole life.
no, I get it. Like, yeah, I totally get how it gets to be that way. But, man, a lot of them are real feminine acting. I mean, switching and popping and twerking and twisting and shaking and shit and curving their spine and shit and might even carry a purse and to call you honey and everything like that. But when them motherfuckers get to fighting, dog, and they get violent. Like, you ever seen two dudes fight? And it's like they're fighting, but they're not really fighting. Like, they're fighting, but they're not putting everything they have into it. It's not like one's trying to kill the other. Like, it, you know what I mean? They're just kind of, they're
You
fighting,
trying
but
to get
it's
them up
not.
off of you?
Yeah, when these motherfuckers fight, these fucking gay blacks from Memphis that I'm talking about, dog, these motherfuckers fight like they're trying to fucking kill you. Hey, dude, it's crazy how violent they get. Because there's levels to violence. Like, if you ever been in a fight as a man versus a kid, that's two different levels of violence, right? And then even as a man, there's different levels to violence. When you, there might be a motherfucker that disrespects you or something, you smack the shit out of them or something. That's not really, like, you're not, that's like 50%. You know, and then there's when a motherfucker's trying to take your life and you're at 100%. Every fiber in your body is geared toward fucking being violent in that moment and saving your life or taking theirs. Like, and these goddamn homos, that's how they act. Like, they're at 100% violence. I mean, it's honestly crazy.
Yeah, no, I agree. I almost got into a fight with one over the word sissy.
Yeah, sissy.
No, just literally that. Motherfucker said, "Who you calling a sissy? Sissy who?" And I'm just like, I started laughing at him. He didn't put his hand. I was waiting. You know, I've always been the type of fighter where I'll bait you into hitting me first. He didn't do anything. I just laughed at him and walked off. This is in school, high school. I kept walking down the hallway, but he was like, "Yeah, ain't no motherfucker sissy around here." And I'm just like, "All right." I kept walking.
I've
But I
told
know
y'all
that
before of how I got my nose broke by a homosexual, and this motherfucker, all I did was say the word punk, and I wasn't even talking to him. And I was a kid, I was 15. He was like 19. But he was one of these black homos from Memphis. I was in Memphis when this happened. And, you know, this motherfucker would have been wearing, this motherfucker probably would be trans today. Like, these motherfuckers are so feminine acting and, like, switching and twerking and everything, like, carrying purses. These motherfuckers are probably the trans people we see. Like, you seen that video, Javon? I know you seen it, where the fucking trans bitch confronts Boosie outside the store. He comes out the store.
yeah. Yeah,
And the
he's at the grocery.
motherfucker's
Yeah,
like, what's that fucking devil worshiping ass fucking black?
about Lil Nas, because
Yeah,
Boosie
motherfucker's
said
like,
that he
I'm
didn't.
Lil Nas's aunt or some shit. And yeah, why are you talking about my nephew, Dad? I'll beat your ass right here. Like that is what I'm talking about.
Crazy violent shit. Yeah, I
Dude,
know exactly what you mean.
it is
I wonder
crazy.
how not. I wonder how the real Nas feels about Lil Nas taking his name and being gay and shit about it. That's fucked up.
That's a real good question.
Uh,
Cause Nas was a damn good rapper back in the day.
oh yeah.
Like I don't even know what happened to Nas. Like why'd he even go away? He was like one of the last good rappers that
Lil
I liked of that
I think.
2000s,
I
late
Lil
think.
90s era.
Nas.
I think the styles change because you got to think a lot of this rap, rock, country, it's all
Well,
blended together now. So, you know,
well, yeah. Another thing that and I didn't mean to interrupt you on. Another thing that I noticed is that Lil Nas, there was like videos that started to pop up of him like I think one video was like I think he was on a stream with Aiden Ross and Aiden Ross had said something or was trying to do something on stream and he's like, nah,
I
bro,
saw that one.
back up. I ain't trying to do all that gay shit. I ain't with that all that gay shit. When at the time he was actively like putting out the notion that he was gay. Like he was actively making the public think that he was gay. And people started to see that, and a lot of people were thinking that he was just faking to be gay just so he could get the attention from
No, he
a
ain't.
larger fan base.
He
Uh,
ain't fake. He ain't faking it
that,
now.
or maybe he was doing it because people behind the scene were wanting him to do it to,
Nah, he ain't. Well, if
Infinity
he's faking
Zero,
it,
man.
then
Do I know you?
I think I've come across you once, Cracker Barrel, but I don't recognize you too much. You seem familiar, but I don't think we've had any bad interactions, at
Yeah.
least not to my knowledge.
Okay. I'm another character in here. I'm also Infinite Diversity. That don't ring a bell.
Ah, no, that don't ring a bell, to be honest.
You from the South?
I'm from Texas, so
Mm-hmm.
no, he's. Aren't you young? You're young, but you sound old.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm young as hell, but I sound old.
Didn't
yeah,
we talk to you yesterday, Javon and I?
Yeah,
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 yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're 18, aren't you?
yeah. 18. There you go.
Yep, I remember you. I remember you from last night. How's it going, man?
Yeah, it's going good, brother. But
All right,
no, yeah. That was my interpretation of Lil Nas X's behavior is that he was either gay for a time because the people behind the scenes, like the studio producers and whatnot, wanted him to be gay to increase profit for some reason, or uh, he just
No,
was
cause
never. I don't know.
I think his core fan base, because I used to fuck with Lil Nas when he first came out, before he did all that with the Old Town Road and Billy Ray Cyrus. I used to think he was all right, and I used to
Yeah,
advocate for him being on the country music top because I thought it was racist at the time. But then he starts doing all this shit, because he used to make kid songs and country music and shit, and then he starts doing all this gay shit. I'm like, oh fuck, I had to
yeah.
I unfollowed him and everything. Shit was terrible, but no, I don't think he's faking it because the BET Awards one year fucking was kissing a dude. And then wasn't he caught naked in the middle of the streets like last month
I'm not
on
sure.
drugs? Yeah, I was scrolling across the shade room and it was like Lil Nas has now been arrested. He was just naked and walking down the street. Crazy.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't think he's faking that shit. I think the motherfucker is weird. Hell, he even turned one of his siblings gay.
Oh my god. I remember there was that fucking shit with the what is it, the Island Boys, where they were so desperate for to be back in the mainstream light that they made fucking incest pornos of themselves.
Yeah, I don't even want to see. And Twitter didn't even censor that shit. That's why I'm like, bro, ugh, I don't even want, bro. But that's what people will do for attention, bro. Is shit like that. Literally do incest porn and post it on Twitter with our twin brother.
That's the thing is that now, like, so many lines have been crossed at this point that I'm starting to wonder what the fuck are people not willing to do? Like, what is a line that nobody's willing to cross? And then every single day, someone crosses that line. And I have to keep on asking myself the question over and over again.
The thing is, it's all becoming normal. Like, it's all becoming. I mean, meanwhile, I had a dude named Zach in the chat, and he says, "Yeah, to be a gay, you got to do incest, and I support incest." And it's just all this shit's being normalized. So yeah, it's all being normalized. You ever heard that before, Infinite?
Fuck no. I'm not.
Mike, you were there. I said, "Holy shit!" I thought he was trolling at first, but then click on his profile, and I'm like, "Oh, it's all
I
he's
may
being."
have been there, but I probably forgot.
Yeah, and he was like, because he said, "Are you going to be disingenuous about this? What I tell you?" I was like, "No." He tells me that shit. I said, "Well, now I am."
I'm not gonna lie. If a motherfucker ever told me that to my face, I would have told him, you know what, bro? I think we need to put you in a fucking like padded room. I think we need to put you in a padded room. Just throw away the key.
Because I followed him around when he ran from my room and talking about his sister and shit. How you gonna be in a relationship with? It's just so gross.
That's nasty.
So fucking nasty. Like, these people, like, I don't know, man. They argue like, "Oh, I find happiness in this person and that," but it's like your happiness shouldn't come first in your life. So in my opinion, happiness will lead you to do stupid shit like being in a relationship with your sister. That I mean, well, what not for me. With some people, it might lead you to shooting heroin if that's what makes you happy. Like, I don't know. I
Yeah.
find I'm very wary of people who just say put their happiness first. Honestly, it's a red flag.
If you ask me, I think that we have strived to become so tolerant of other people's lifestyle choices and how they want to, treat themselves in bed sexually that we've gotten to a point to where we've become too tolerant. Like, we as a society have just like strayed so far from the path of like setting some boundaries that people have utterly just gone out of whack. And some of us have even gone so out of whack that we're starting to defend pedophilia. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, they do that in the intellectualist server. That's why I'm banned out of there because they were actually intellectualizing pedophilia in support of it.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. At this point, right now would be a good time to get like a democracy officer in the fucking chat right now. From fucking Eldiris too. Please get one of them in here, please. Fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Like, bro, it's like, okay, to be honest. And don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna be like the Charlie Kirk shooter and say, oh, if you say a certain thing, X, Y, Z, you deserve to be shot. But if someone gets so pissed off at you that they want to shoot you, to be honest, that's your stupidity. Not saying you deserve it, but you pretty much were calling for it. You were kind of asking for it in the face to say some dumb shit like that. You piss
Yeah.
them off.
Yeah, and that's why I'm very like nihilistic about the world, bro. Like, I don't see like people getting better anytime soon. I don't. And this maybe this app is fucking making me so nihilistic. I'm like, man, every time I hop on here, I hear some weird, crazy shit I've never heard before.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm just one who's trying to continue on with life, and then I'm getting this fucking. Then I'm hearing that the government is gonna shut down tonight, so it's like, or tomorrow. We get started on tomorrow, so it's like, what the fuck? And it's gonna have
It's already
repercussions.
shut down. Yeah, it's already done, man.
Fuck. Well, I want to see how this goes. Then it's just a matter of how this goes, because shit, I can only imagine how this is gonna affect us, me, like
Well,
directly, my family.
I was just reading something else, and basically the Republicans are saying they're not going to be held hostage over a fucking $1 trillion deal, So I don't. I guess I don't disagree from everything I just read.
Well, the government shut down before Infinity.
Oh, it's shut down a bunch of times. 13 different times. And that was just it was 13 different times when Democrats held the majority.
Well, what do you fucking know? What a fucking coincidence. What a fucking coincidence.
Yeah, pretty much.
Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised? So, shit. Now I'm just starting to question, like, are we even gonna make it to 20 fucking 30? Like, I'm just wondering if we're even gonna make
Why
it.
wouldn't we? What do you mean?
Well, just the way things are politically. I mean, it feels like we're going like we're in the okay, we're in the rising we're in the rising action of right now of the story of the world.
I'll be right back.
Things are starting to rise. You know, political tension is starting to heat up. Everything is starting to, get really, really tense.
Fuck, dude, it's been tense. I mean,
Oh, I know, but it's like I feel like we're gonna reach the fucking breaking point soon.
yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you might be right. I guess we're all have to sit back and see, but it's definitely been tense. It's fucking, in my opinion, it's been tense since, well, '08. We all
In
know what
my
happened in '08.
2008 stock market collapse.
Well, why did it collapse? Why did the fucking, yeah, why did shit hit the fan in '08? What was the reason?
That I don't know. I know there was a stock market collapse, but I never knew the reason. So
Well,
indulge me.
that's when Obama got elected.
Oh.
And so,
Yeah.
and I know a lot of people, including myself, that got tricked into voting for Obama because he was gonna decriminalize marijuana. And boy, did I fucking shoot myself in the foot with that one. Not that my vote would have made a damn bit of difference, but I was a medical weed grower back then, and
Yeah.
I thought that, well, decriminalizing, federally decriminalizing is what the deal was. And I thought it was something that was going to benefit me. And a lot of people that I know also thought the same thing. And we got duped. I tell you one thing, I sure the fuck didn't vote for him a second time.
Yeah, that's why it's like, okay, you can't look at the politicians' words anymore. You gotta look at the policies that they said they were gonna implement. So, but then again, that is, just yeah, that is my point. He was trying to do what my point is trying to address, but still, I just think that politicians and voting is a gamble. I'd say to a degree. He's the way I see it is that a Republican politician and a Democrat politician can easily say, "Hey, I'll do X, Y, and Z," and then as soon as they get into power, they can easily do a complete 360. And I feel like they wouldn't face any immediate or serious repercussion for their actions.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what we're talking about.
I say like presidency, and the president says, "Oh, I'm going to decriminalize federally fucking abortion across the United States," and then they say, and then after saying that, after promising that in their run, they immediately get into power, into the presidential seat, and say, "Oh, did I say I was going to decriminalize abortion? I meant I wasn't going to do shit, or I meant I'm going to put further restrictions," essentially going against their word. I just feel like anyone could do that easily.
Yes.
That's all I'm saying. I mean, then again, I only have surface level views on this, so I could be wrong and it could be more complex than that. Welcome back, Javon.
Over here fucking up this pescetti. I could fuck some pescetti up. No, spaghetti. I'm joking. Oh no, LeBron James has nerve irritation in his right glute and will be out for a certain amount of. Damn, what the fuck? Come on, LeBron, can't be doing that.
Javon, have you ever heard of that how can I say that pattern where you have black extremists or pro-black everything people who try and proclaim that the origins of a certain country's people were black and not another race?
Yeah, well, it's because black people don't have a real culture in America, so and we're mix a lot of shit.
Do
So
they
they
not
try to
go ahead?
No, they try to just claim like you hear blacks say, "Oh, we're the original Jews. Oh, we're actually the Egyptians. Oh no, we were the real Arabs, or we're the actual natives." Like, and they have a whole like way of thinking behind it. It's I don't know, man.
I've
It's
heard
pretty.
them claim to be the Irish. I've heard them claim to be the Japanese. I've heard them claim to be the Russians. I've heard them claim to be the Muslims. I've heard them claim to be the Native Americans, the Founding Fathers. I've even heard them claim to be prominent historical figures, saying that certain historical figures who were known to be white were actually black.
Yeah, like they say that about Abe Lincoln. I don't know.
Don't we
Weird.
have little fucking pictures of that guy?
Yeah.
I mean, I would think that some of them, if you just show them a picture of the person, that they'd be like, "Oh, well, I guess I'm wrong." But no,
Nah, it's just about feelings. Oh, shit.
yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah, they just don't have a real culture in America. That's all it is.
Do they not consider the hip hop scene as their culture?
It is black culture, but it's like where we come from. We come from all different sorts of shit. Like, but most commonly, black Americans are mixed with African, Native, and white.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy about that is you can have a full blown African that's born over here or come here at a very early age, and they'll take on the whole black American identity.
Essentially nerfing themselves.
Yeah. I mean, I'm black American, but I don't even be down with the N-word stuff unless I have to, unless I have to fight or something. But nah,
Yeah.
type of shit.
Another thing that I've been very annoyed about from another, well, I wouldn't say they're religion, well, they're a race, but uh, Muslims have been getting on my nerves as a good chunk for a good while.
Hold up, be right back.
Go ahead. Anyone else here present in this VC? Mhm.
These Turkish Oreos are so delicious. Hold on, let me show you guys. We'll take a bite. The American government has to listen. These are answered. We don't talk to this law. There is a red-green axis that is trying to suffocate the stuff. Useless. So something on us, this is one video about something politics and such. But the United States of America is big trouble. Only they brought nations. This is pro neighborhood here in on fight. It's it's city council not run up to the U.S. Constitution for some votes. From the on the votes to was forecasting the whole threat of Texas still this is having possible really have on the day about that really making for America. Not let the United States have actually lived in right. Government and family reunification shouldn't be those out there. And that people are having steady for 3 decades. The result is okay to fight
Well, welcome, whoever joined. It's pretty quiet in here, so I'm the only one that's talking as of now. So if you're looking for a conversation, sadly, this is not the place to be, my friend. So this is not my room, so I wouldn't know where to even start with the title.
Well, with that in mind, how's everybody doing on the first day of October?
Wait, say that again?
I said, with that in mind, how's everybody doing on the first day of October? The spooky month.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I know.
Shit. I personally am doing good. Just
That's
trying
good.
to stay alive, so trying
Trying
to
to stay alive.
keep
Somebody after
afloat.
you?
No. Just trying to not fucking go homeless. That's all.
Oh shit.
So, and well, I'm not poor or anything. I'm just trying to stay the farthest away from becoming poor. That's all. You know, it's in this economy.
I see that. See that. Cool. Definitely cooler. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, maybe in your area, but shit, and then not a single damn thing has changed over here in the Lone Star State. So,
Yeah.
Oh, hey, XYZ. Oh, there we go. Bye bye.
Here you go.
Yo, welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely cooled down in Colorado.
Yeah.
A lot.
I'm not gonna lie. How do you feel about this large influx of Muslim immigrants who keep on saying death to America and saying that they're going to convert America into a Muslim country?
Them motherfuckers have bumped their head.
Well, that ain't good.
That ain't happening. Where's the large influx? I don't see it. At least not where I'm at.
We've had a large influx, a decent influx at least, over
It sounds like a
here
European problem.
in Texas, surprisingly.
Really?
And over here in Texas,
Surprising.
they tried to build they tried to start a project called Epic City down here in Texas. Essentially, where
Epic
it's a
Epic
yeah.
City?
Yeah, literal name of the city they tried to start. It was a 140-acre plot of land that they were going to do to make it like what the governor described, a Muslim-only facility or compound. Only it would be governed by Muslims, built by Muslims, and Sharia law would be enforced. And if you know anything about Sharia law, you know that Sharia law is not a good thing. So in response, uh, Governor Greg Abbott immediately signed into law a bill that would prevent them from implementing Sharia law in anywhere in the state of Texas.
I mean, would that be considered like a religious ruling?
Yeah, religious ruling.
Yeah.
Like,
So, how are things like that able to come around? Really?
um, so essentially, it all boils down to their goal, which a lot of Muslims have the same goal, which is to spread Islam by any means, whether it be through democracy or a bullet. And you're starting to see more Muslim extremism on the rise in the past, I'd say 5 years. Especially ever since the Hamas and Palestine thing started, you're starting to see that way, way more as well. Uh,
It's
like
like
for example,
yeah, go ahead, sorry.
no, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, I understand the whole Israel versus Palestine conflict, but to me, that doesn't really translate well into, well, let's just let Islam run amok, you know?
Well, yeah. Well, the thing is that they've been hiding behind, like, if you try and expose them for what they've been doing, then they will hide behind the Islamophobia allegation and they'll call you an Islamophobe. And others will try and come to their defense, trying to protect them from you exposing the truth. Like, for
Yeah.
example, if I were to say to any Muslim on here, I think a good chunk of them at least on here, that Sharia law permits the abuse of women and children by permitting child marriage and you putting your hands on your wife in a Muslim country. Uh, then they try and call. I think some of them would try and automatically try and call me a Islamophobe. But if you go onto Instagram and look at like an account called ex Muslim Peter, not only does he show his sightings like straight from the Quran, but he also says like this is not good. Like Islam needs to be destroyed from the inside out. And if you ask me, I agree with it too. I have no problem with the people that are not too radical. I think that a lot of moderate Muslims, they're still saving them. But when it comes to these extremists who are trying to spread Islam by any means and, take away women's rights and take over the world, they should definitely be investigated, if you ask me. Um, and they should be they should have eyes kept on them at all times when possible. And as for the rest who just want to spread it by blood, I think those people should be killed just because I think they should be considered terrorists.
Or at least like quarantined.
Well, if you quarantine them, then they're going to try and radicalize their captors. Or you're going to have sympathizers try and break them out, just like we're having right now with Antifa and ICE. Like you have Antifa actively going around following ICE agents trying to break out criminals or
Yeah.
separate them. So that's another worry if you were to try and quarantine them and put them in holding facilities. So I just say outright slaughter them. Um, of course, you're going to be labeled as Islamophobe, but if you give your reason as to, oh, these are terrorists, then I don't think too many people can argue against that. They can only scream so much before their screams go unheard. Um, like, for example, right? Uh, are you any religious? Are you religious in any shape or form?
No. Not
Okay.
particularly, no.
Okay. So I want to add a context. What state do you live in, right? What state, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, no problem. Uh, Pennsylvania.
Okay. Say in Pennsylvania, they were to get away with implementing Sharia law. Under Sharia law, you would have to pay you would have to pay a tax, what is known as jizya. Jizya is essentially a tax that is only applied to non-Muslims and Christians and anyone who is of another faith or not of the Muslim faith. So you would have to pay that tax simply because you're not Muslim. But if you were to convert to Islam, then you wouldn't have to pay the jizya. But the jizya is essentially it's a tax, but also alongside Sharia law, it is also certain rules and regulations that only you and other Christians and Christian people, Buddhists, and anyone who is not Muslim must follow. So, for example, uh, you wouldn't be allowed to do certain things. You'd be considered a second class citizen. Uh, you would be forced to pay taxes, and until you confessed that Allah is the way and whatnot or whatever they have you confess, you will continue to pay those taxes simply because you're not a Muslim.
Yeah. Yeah, so quarantine would be the wrong kind of remedy for that.
I say that we need to stop letting in people like this.
Well,
Like,
an ideology like that can't coexist with. I mean, if we're talking about in terms of being in America or having any sort of, you know, even just an ideal of freedom of speech, anything like that, like the basic stuff. Yeah, that it kind of becomes a weird thing of there's certain things you can tolerate, but there's certain things that you cannot tolerate. And that would be one of the things you cannot tolerate.
no, we can't. Yeah, and like this has become such an issue that a lot of like right-wing commentators have now started to talk about it a lot within the s- past couple of days. Like Matt Walsh, who openly has stated that he opposes uh, immigration from Arab countries and whatnot. And to be honest, I don't blame him because Islam, the deeper you go into Islam and the deeper you find about it, like the deeper and the more you listen to people who are like Sam Shumun and how can I say ex-Muslim Peter and another guy, white guy with glasses. The more and more you discover that Islam cannot coexist in the Western world.
It's a shame. It's a shame. But, you know, they can have their thing and everybody else can have their thing.
Yeah, it's just their thing cannot come over here, to be honest. Their
Mhm.
thing has to stay out of our country.
Yeah. It's a shame. I
Yeah.
don't know. What do you make of let's say with the with Islam? Do you consider Islam and maybe overall I guess you could say the Abrahamic religions? Well, actually, here, let me rephrase that. Like, what do you make about the Abrahamic religions um, and their impact personally?
So I think that the Abrahamic religions, if I'm right, the Abrahamic religions would be considered Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. Uh,
Yeah.
mm, so I think that every single each of those three have differentiating levels of extremism within their sections, but the one that has the most prominent amount of extremism and that's most tolerant of extremism and that is actually encouraging of extremism is Islam. The one that is most encouraging of violence is Islam. The one that is most promoting of violence is Islam. The one that is most tolerant of violence within its community is Islam. While Christians, it's not so much. Uh, Judaism, I'm not going to speak on Judaism because I really don't know. I'm unsure about that.
Shouldn't you know if you're making the claim though? Shouldn't you be like if I don't know. I might be being a piece of shit here, but like if there's three options, because I agree to an extent, but if there's three options and you only know about two options, and I'm gonna say this with peace and love, why are you Why are
I'm
you
making a comment
speaking
because
on
I
this?
know very little. I know very little.
Okay, okay.
Well, if
I
you
mean,
know
I
Israel, if you know
appreciate.
Israel, if you know Israel now, then you know Judaism is pretty extreme. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that I haven't heard much, and I haven't actually researched, but I have heard little snippets about uh Judaism. So that's why it's like for me, it's really much an undecided. I have tiny amounts of information, but not enough.
I think that the only pushback I'd have is that there's out of all the countries that are predominantly Jewish, which is probably just Israel, as far as I know, I don't think there's any other countries that are predominantly Jewish, and all the countries that are predominantly like Muslim. There's a few countries that are predominantly Muslim, and they don't share the same kind of same kind of reputation that their Middle Eastern counterparts have. So I attribute the actions of people in the Middle East to being Middle Eastern and not necessarily being Muslim, because it just seems like anybody who's over there right now.
What?
Yeah, no, I mean,
Brother,
well,
what did you just say? What?
I attribute the way that the people in the Middle East behave to them actually just being from the Middle East, which is like just a war torn area in general, rather than their actual religion. I mean, because Israelis act the same way the Muslims act from the Middle East, but there's countries that like are predominantly Muslim that don't have the same issues.
So wait, are you saying
Like
that people from from the Middle Eastern region tend to have a tendency to be violent?
No, I'm saying that the people in the Middle East are more likely to be seen as violent because they're from a area that is war torn.
What are you talking about, dude? If you're Sharia law, I can't go practice Christianity in Saudi
Sure,
Arabia. I get killed for it. What are you talking about?
sure,
You
but
can
yeah, but there's
you can be Muslim
like
and come to a
Muslims in the
Christian
U.S.
nation and
Hold on.
practice being
BRB.
Muslim. It's not a
Yeah,
problem. Yeah.
so there's Muslims in the U.S. There's Muslims in Northern Europe. There's Muslims in Eastern Europe,
Hmm.
and they don't behave that same way. They don't think that same way. They don't feel
No,
that
no,
same way.
okay. That's not the claim we're making. We're saying that you
Okay.
can't go to a Middle Eastern country that
Yes.
practices mainly Islam and practice your religion there because you will get killed per Sharia
Well,
law.
wait,
That's
wait,
the
wait,
whole.
wait. Weren't the oldest
It's an
Christians on the planet?
issue.
Weren't the oldest
It's an
Christians on
issue.
the planet in Palestine?
It's no. It's
Yes, you
an
could.
issue
Yes,
of
you couldn't practice
control.
Christianity.
It's an issue of control. Like if you're saying that people that believe
No,
in
it's
Islam are going to be control. Go
well, no,
on.
it's in the
Sorry.
Quran too. Yeah, it's in the Quran too.
Yeah, I just mean there are Christians in the Middle East who practice though. I'm not. Don't get me wrong. There's a bunch of Christians who are just killed in like Nigeria over the. I think they said since the beginning of 2025, there's been 7,000 Christians killed in Nigeria. But I also looked, and they're also killing liberal Muslims as well. They've killed 68,000 liberal Muslims as well in Nigeria. So, I mean, they are a radical extremist group, but again, this is from a war-torn area, and I believe it's appropriate to say that the people in other countries who practice Islam are not sharing the same compunctions. So
Right,
it
but
would be
they're
unfair to.
not being
I
but they're
don't
not
know
being a
about
good Muslim.
that. I
Well, no, I'm
don't
saying they're not.
even. If,
Hold on. I'm
yeah. Go
saying they're
ahead.
not being. If you're gonna practice Islam like you're supposed to, per Muhammad, then you would follow the surahs that say wish death upon those who do not believe in Allah. Right? Those are things that the Quran says. Now, whether or
Could
not
you
you
point me
act
to the
upon it,
one
that's
that
fine.
says that? Could you point me to the one that says that? Because I know a line that specifically
Yeah,
says
Surah
treat
9. Yeah, verse 9. Look at
like
chapter
not
9,
trying
verse
to
29.
leave your home.
Yes, look at go to search chapter 9, verse 29. Yeah, you could start there, and then we could go through each one if you like.
So what does
Absolutely.
it say? Hold on. Could you
Oh,
post it, or actually, what did you say? You said, sir. What
chapter
is it?
9. Yep.
Chapter 9,
It's it chapter 9, verse 29. Mm-hmm.
verse 29. Okay, I just want to see, because there's things in there
Mm-hmm.
that at the very there's contradictions in the cut on, because it does say to
Oh, it does.
the
Yeah.
other with huh.
No, I agree with you. There is contradictions in the Quran, but there's a lot of verses that do wish violence upon Jews and Christians, and I'm sorry, Muslims do act upon it, and they're not wrong for it because the Quran tells them to do something like that. If they're a good Muslim, that's what they have to do.
Here's the Surah Jesus son doing. So Quran Surah At-Tawbah. So are instructions as a rule to your students and evidence. Yeah, let me find the Surah chapter 9. Okay. 29. Yeah, I mean, this says that cast out cast out people of other faiths if they're in an Islamic state and not paying the tax to be there.
Wait, what did you what?
Yeah,
What
I mean,
happens if they don't pay? What happens if they don't pay the tax?
well, I think it says just to cast them out. I don't know if that necessarily means killing them.
What exactly?
You're gonna have to
What
read
does
it
that
too.
mean then? What does that mean then? To cast them
You,
out? What are you gonna do?
Cast them out
you
to
guys
make
are
them
gonna
leave.
have to read it to Rod.
I'm
He's a
not.
little
I'm
special.
not. I'm not
I mean,
stating my opinions on this.
even if it's not in like a light-hearted, like clown candy-coated way, but when you say like, oh, you just got to cast them out, like what does that entail? That's going to entail
I
some sort
mean,
of like physical action of some sort.
yeah, no, of course. I'm just saying like this is what I'm reading. I'm not making like saying any giving opinions on it yet. I'm just making sure that we agree on the meaning of this passage.
There's many passages like that, brother. All I'm saying is that yes, you can sugarcoat them and make them look nice and soft and great, but at the same time, there's a lot of people who took those verses the way they're supposed to be taken and did kill a lot of people in light of those verses.
But
And all the
why
time.
are you
Like,
saying that it's supposed like that's how it's supposed to be taken? I mean, isn't that
well,
an
no,
assumption to
that
be made?
well, no, it's context of the Quran. I mean, if you knew the hate for the Jews and Christians Muhammad had, then you would understand what the Quran's trying to tell you. And then you would also
I
understand
mean,
why Muhammad took over the whole Mecca and the Middle East and Jewish areas, right? They killed a lot of Jews and Christians, dude. You got to know
yeah, I
history.
mean, but that's like a lot of religions killed a lot of religions, so we can't like because there is lines in the Quran that also say to treat others with respect as long as they don't try to remove you from your home.
Right, but then it also says to beat your
Ew.
woman. It also says to rape kids, right? So it has great verses, and then all of a sudden you get verses that are super evil. So yeah, it
Well, yeah, and
contradicts
I mean,
itself, but
like if
that's the point. That's what I'm trying to say. That's
and
why, yeah.
I think
Go
it's
ahead.
important to recognize. I mean, like I don't know if you're a believer of Christ or a believer of anything, but I mean, I personally recognize this stuff as a product of the environment that they're in at the time. I don't think Allah came down and told them to rape kids. Obviously, I think that would be absurd. Um,
Well, no, but
so
that's the point. Yeah, well, Muhammad used Allah. Well, Muhammad
yeah,
faked being a prophet and used Allah to say these things. Oh yeah, you can rape children, totally fine. Like he used that. That's the point. That's why the Quran is false. That's why I don't believe it because Muhammad just used, that he was told by God he can do these kind of things, and I just don't buy it. It's just to, get him power in the end of the day. And you won't see stuff like that in New Testament, which comes about 500 years before Muhammad. You know what I mean? So if it's a product of the time, then you would see all kinds of violence in the New Testament. Jesus be telling you to go stomp on these, non-believers, but that's not what you know what I mean. It's not the same
Oh,
thing.
can
well,
I guide our attention real quick to a certain
right.
verse? I would like to go to Surah 65, verse 4. Surah at Talak. Uh,
Surah
Verse
65, verse 4.
2.
yes. Which is clearly stating that, when marrying someone, like, say, a woman, that person, it's allowed that the person does not need to have menstruated yet to be able to
Right.
be married to, which is
Right.
clearly
I mean, we see the same thing in
giving the green light for child marriage.
well, yeah, we also see the same thing in Judaism, though, which is again something I associate with the way the people of the Middle East behaved historically, not something I would associate with the general population of Islam, because the Muslims in the U.S. and the Muslims in the East and the Muslims in Northern Europe don't behave that way. So I would associate that
Because
again
those
with
are lukewarm Muslims.
are
Yeah, that's
are
the
they
point we're trying to
lukewarm
make is
Muslims? Is
that
that so?
yes, that's the point we're trying to make is that you can make Muslims that the Muslims can take certain verses of the Quran, the nice verses, and
Sure,
say, look, the Quran's great, look, I'm showing you, but follow
sure,
the nice verses here, right? But they
yeah,
ignore all the bad ones. But if you saw a Muslim who followed the bad ones as well, he's just being a Muslim. That's all we're saying. He's just
sure.
being a good Muslim. He's following the Quran the way it's supposed to be said, right? So you can ignore them, but they're there.
Well, I mean, you recognize that there's different faiths of like there's different sects of Islam, right?
But
Yes,
even
of
then,
course.
Islam
So
itself,
and you
even
I mean, if we look at like how these things are developed, these things develop over time, and these beliefs develop over time. So I mean, like what I would associate that with is something that we're witnessing, like these new ideas in this religion be formed into like more solidified sects of the religion as a whole. I understand what you're saying, that like good Muslims follow these things to a T. But if a good Muslim followed these things to the T, then there'd be contradictions in the thing that they would have to wrestle with, and they could just choose to follow the good things instead of the bad things, because there are things that just blatantly contradict the points you've made.
Well,
well, the
no,
thing
the
is,
point.
At
go
that
ahead.
point, why would you prescribe to the Islamic religion then, if there's so many bad
If you were
points?
raised with it, it's all you know. I mean, that's kind of like you would just pick the best parts of it and go with it. Especially when if so, for example, if it says kill your enemy and then it also says love your enemy, you can kind of pick either way and still be like, I'm following the book, because you
But
can't
that
do
would
both at the same
still
time, obviously.
that would fester confusion
But,
and
well,
fester a person that would fester thoughts of questioning. And in the
yeah,
Right.
religion of Islam, they don't want you to question or think. They want blind obedience.
Yes.
whoa, they do. Wait, they encourage you to explore the religions and have peaceful dialogue. What are you talking
No,
about?
that's not true, buddy.
That
You haven't
is
gone to a
that
Middle
That
is.
Eastern nation.
that
No,
might be a part of it, but
No, yeah,
that's
yeah,
not the
that is a
entirety
real
of
part
it.
of
no.
it. Yeah.
So do you
But
know
the
how
thing is,
many?
it seems
Do you
like
know how
there's a cherry picking going on here.
that right? Do you
Well,
know how many imams literally like look over these verses for their followers, and they don't want their followers to question these verses? And if you question them, it's like bad, right? They want you to skip
are we
over them.
talking? Well, now we're talking individuals, and we're not talking scripture. If
Well,
we're
no,
talking
okay.
scripture,
You know what I'm not hearing is that I'm hearing somebody that's not willing to say that, yeah, there's certain things about Islam that's fucked up
I
or
mean,
it's
I made the
bad.
point that the people in the Middle East,
No, but
The Muslims in the Middle
you're
East,
not willing. Would you be able to say that there's certain things in Islam which
yeah,
are not good?
yeah, yeah. I think yes.
Okay.
I think there's things in all religions that aren't good.
No, but we're talking about Islam
Yeah, no,
specifically.
but I'm just telling you, like, yes, of course, I'd be willing to recognize that there are things in Islam that aren't good.
And also too,
Okay.
like if you
So
really want to get deep,
why would people want to prescribe to Islam if there's certain things in it that are not good?
Okay, so now you've asked me a question of that I can compare to other religions. I mean, there's other religions that say a lot of the same shit, and people still stick with
Well,
it. I mean,
well, that's the point. The
oh
point
my,
here is that we're not necessarily comparing religions here. We're talking about Islam
yeah. Well,
and
I mean,
right?
people's.
I just what
And
I think
and
the thing
there's
is that we could ask the question of why does anybody do these things? Why does
well,
anybody stick
well,
with things that
hold
they
on.
know are wrong? Go
And
ahead.
there is rabbinic Jews, right, who follow only the Old Testament and Deuteronomy when God was telling the Israelites to go through and kill all these people and put people to the sword, right? That again can be very dangerous if you're just taking the old covenant. Now,
Yeah,
again, the point being that if you follow a said religion and it has all these terrible things,
yeah,
right? Why would you follow said religion, right? You got to
yeah.
figure out what's the reason for that. And
Well,
we're not even
and
comparing. We're just trying to make,
no, I
you know,
understand. I understand. You mentioned cherry picking. I would make the point though that if there's two options that you can't have at the same time, then you would have to, by definition, to follow the scripture, pick one of those things to follow. I mean, if you can't you can't love and hate your neighbor at the same time, so you would have to choose one. The fact of the matter is that the people in the Middle East are just more likely to hate their neighbor. Uh, and that just is what it is over there. I mean, it's been a war torn country since they've had borders, and that's not going to change anytime
But
soon.
but
Because good.
but what is the overall source of that? If you ask me, the overall source of all that war, that chaos, that hate is all traces back to Islam, because
Are you?
that area of the country is predominantly Muslim, and before that area was predominantly Muslim, if we go all the way back to say the medieval times, they used to be very Christian, and when they were Christian, and of course, I think it was Turkey that was Buddhist. Uh, but when they were Christian, it's like, okay, the area was way more peaceful. And then once Islam took over, they followed the rules of the book, and what their book wanted from them, and they started doing what their book told them to do, which was, go and conquer in the name of Allah.
Could I point out that, so I don't know if you're familiar with the progressive policies that were being put into place in the Middle East during during a time period right before Desert Storm. But when you have a developing culture, right? Like let's just say they were like the Islam, because Islam did promote a lot of bad things. There were people who were moving away from that. They had banned the hijab. They had promoted women to go to school and drive cars, and they had their own source of agriculture that was doing a lot of good things for them. When you go over and you destabilize a developing nation, you're essentially like, if you it's like the equivalent of taking a child and like taking an ice pick and like putting it in their head until they're like retarded. So you they kind of just fell back into the same mold. I'm not excusing it. I'm just saying that we can look at the reason and say, like, because there's other countries that are led by Muslims who don't behave this way. So we can't just say that it's Muslim like Islam, because there's Muslims in the other places of the world that are in different situations that aren't behaving this way. If it was because of Islam, we would see the same kind of behavior in different countries that are ran by them, but we don't.
Well, that's also to take into account that but there are multiple different versions of the Quran that have
That's
been
true.
spread throughout the world as well. So really, it also contradicts the statement that the Muslims have preserved the true word of God for, like, I think they say 1,000 years or
Yeah.
something like that. Yet you have so many differentiating variants of the Quran that a lot of people have been given and told the same or different lies.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
and also too,
And
I gotta agree with you too. I want to make it very clear that we understand there's peaceful Muslims out there. I agree, but you also have to understand that when a Muslim isn't so peaceful, they're also not going against the Quran either. So if
I
they
got you.
decide to flip the switch and say, "Hey, I need to kill somebody," they're not going against their religion at all. They're
I
doing
do too.
exactly what they're supposed
Yeah,
to do. So
I
I
do
don't know.
too.
Maybe the peaceful Muslim is just. I mean, maybe they choose not to look at those verses. That's fine, but that's what their book promotes.
I got you. I see what I see, and I definitely see the point of what you're saying.
I
Now,
slightly
if Jesus was like, love your neighbor but kill him, at the same time, then yeah, we'd have a bunch of problems. I'd be like, okay, yeah, you can't be a Christian. That doesn't make any sense,
Well,
But
I know
if,
that like Jewish texts have some similar. I'm not sure. I don't think there's anything like that in the Bible. I mean, I'm sure there's probably like a weird sentence in there, but I'm
well,
sure that
no,
it's
that's
not.
why I said rabbinic Jews go by the old covenant, which can be dangerous because we're not
Yeah.
in the old covenant anymore. We're in the new. So Jesus is telling you to go peacefully and spread his word, and people died for it too, just spreading it
Well,
peacefully. So
and I
yeah.
think there's like a weird like, because I've noticed this, that like Christians, Muslims, and like we all have a book that we follow, but Islam uh and Judaism have like another book that comes with it, that or another set of teachings that come with it, the hadiths and the Talmud, and these are like people's interpretation of text. And then you have, that's another, I think that thing is like kind of dangerous whenever you have like people, because that is like kind of what happened. I mean, we funded these like terrorist organizations that had these radical ideas, and like we knew very well like what how they were interpreting the books. We funded these groups, and then they like actually became like out of control.
mm,
I don't know if you know about like
Well,
America and
I
like
see what you're
Mossad stuff like that.
saying, but when it comes down to, you know, belief in Islam,
Yeah.
when we're talking about particular points of, like, if you're saying that, oh well, there's certain Muslims that don't become violent, at a certain point, what do you say that maybe Muslims aren't necessarily practicing Islam, and that maybe Islam itself is a problem to be practiced
That's
because of
and
these
that's
because of these negativities.
I think, and that's the thing. I think that like if Islam says that you can practice one way and be positive, and it also says you can practice another way and be negative, I don't think that necessarily means that. I think it has room for both statements. I think that again, I don't think that everything in the Quran should be in the Quran.
if you
Um,
ask me, go ahead, go ahead. My bad.
no, finish. You're good.
Yeah, I just want to say, if you ask me, my interpretation of it all is that look, people like the Western Muslims and Muslims that don't go out committing violence, just keep to themselves, want to practice their religion in the privacy of their own homes. By their book's definition, or books, considering how many variants of the Quran are, by those books' definitions, and by the definition of their religion and what we've seen in the Quran, by their standards, they are not true Muslims. Instead, just like some Christians, they are lukewarm Muslims. They are essentially people who want to say they're Muslims, but they don't properly go into practicing the entirety of everything that has been commanded of them. So really, Western Muslims and whatnot are the ones who are not properly or proper practitioners of Islam. But people like, say, Al Qaeda, ISIS, Hamas, those are more so proper practitioners of Islam, and they are more so more close to properly practicing what's in the book, because they're going out committing violence. They're restricting all the rights that women have in their nations. They're killing other Christians and Jews in the name of Allah. They're celebrating it. Like, they seem to be, by the books, by the textbook
Yeah.
definition in the Quran, they are the more proper practitioners, while the westernization and, more soft core Muslims are false Muslims.
And I can see where you're coming from. I understand the criticism. Um, I think the easiest way that like we could come to like some kind of like middle ground here is to say that Islam enables bad behavior in people. Would that be fair to say?
I would like to
Well,
put this this
it
this
goes
this way.
beyond that.
You think
It
so? I mean, because
encourages.
I think it also enables good
It goes.
behavior.
It's an ideology that pretty much restricts other ideologies. There's
Yeah.
that factor of it.
I think we see the biggest like the versatility in behavior in Islam. I mean, like, as I said before, we have Islam in all parts of the world, and we see them behaving completely differently. Islam, yet jihad is not all that Islam is. I mean, that is something, and it should be criticized. I'm just saying that I think it enables both people to do good and people to do bad. Because there are people who practice Islam, and I mean, you would call it cherry pick. They do cherry pick the good parts, but that's because the book does say to be kind to your neighbor and not to treat Christians or Jews with the followers of the book is what they're called. I forget what that is in Arabic.
That
But
yeah,
followers of
this
the
is
book have to be treated with
But it
like
leaves that door open.
yeah,
yeah. Again, that's why I said it.
that's why
It
yeah.
it leaves the door open,
That
and
that's
yeah,
why
go ahead.
the Quran is very contradictory, because
Yeah,
yes, it has these amazing verses. It could have some peaceful verses. The Hadiths even took some from the Bible, funny enough.
yeah,
And also too, I mean, but here's the point we're trying to make is that if a Muslim wants to do jihad, he's not wrong either, because
yeah,
Muhammad wants you to do jihad. Comes from Muhammad. So when he was out in Mecca and he was forcing Islam around all the surrounding nations and killing Jews unless they switch sides, right?
yeah.
That's literally the foundation of the religion. Now, a nice Muslim will tell you, no, no, it's peaceful. Islam is peaceful. Well, I mean, you're gonna have to, if you really know the Quran, you're gonna have to really convince me, because to my understanding, that is not what I've read. That's not what the history is showing me. And also, right now, I couldn't go to a Middle Eastern nation like Iraq and practice Christianity, but you could come to the United States and practice whatever you want. It's not a
Well,
problem for us.
I would point out. I mean, again, the only people who were killing Christians in Palestine were Jews.
I didn't say Palestine.
Hamas.
I'll use Iraq as an example, but
No,
Saudi
I
Arabia, there's
know.
many places. Yeah.
No, I know. I just like there are examples of places where you could go. I mean, again, the oldest Christians on earth
Yes.
lived in Palestine before Israel destroyed all of the churches.
Yes.
Um,
Absolutely. Yes, I know.
um.
I know.
So like
But
there
I'm not
there are
denying that.
yeah. I think
Yeah,
that like it's a very like it's I feel like the reason I have such a hard pushback on this is because I feel like it's too complex of a
it's
of
not.
no, I think it is. I think it's too complex to make the generalization because there are
I'm
instances where we
brother,
because
you're
like
not listening. You're not listening to me. I'm not making a generalization.
oh okay
I told you there are peaceful Muslims
yeah
out there. The
gotcha
only argument we're making is that if they decide to be not peaceful, then they're doing is following the Quran, and that's okay. They're a great Muslim for doing that, but you have to acknowledge that. Now, if you're a
gotcha
peaceful Muslim and ignore those bad things, great for you, perfect. But you still follow the book that also promotes violence as well. So you have to
gotcha
pick and choose your battles. If I was a Christian, right, which I am, but let's just say, again, if you're a Christian, you follow Jesus Christ, and Jesus Christ is telling you, love your neighbor. But at the same time, he's like, with an iron fist, go kill non-believers, right? And yeah, there's a big contradiction there.
And I would
I,
just like to refer you all to the video that I dropped in chat.
it's very simple, dude. I don't know how this is really hard. It's not hard. I get it because there's a lot of Muslims and they want you to believe that it's the most peaceful book ever, but it's not. I don't know how it's not at all. I don't understand. 2025 Muslims are confusing.
My my understanding is that look, based like from what I've seen and from by the logic of the Quran, if the Quran were to be turned into a person, like one of the Qurans were to be turned into a person, you were to ask the Quran as a person, which one of these Muslims is more aligned with the word of Allah? The ISIS member over there that's killed multiple people in the name of Allah and has multiple wives and they all wear their hijab and are never allowed to take it off in public, or the Western Muslim over there who has only one wife, multiple kids, and their daughters have not put on their hijab yet, and they're actively friends with Christians and non-Muslims. The Quran would probably say, "Oh, that ISIS over there, he's more closer and more how can I say obedient to the word of Allah than that apostate over there."
Yep. Very simple. Yeah. That's the best way to put it, I think.
Listen, all you talk bad about Muhammad, you will go to hell.
sorry can you guys hear me now
Yeah, we can hear you. Oh,
okay
so Muhammad is a pedophile, my boy. Of course, we're going to talk bad about him.
Mohammed, police be upon him, brother.
yeah I understand what you guys are I still will politely disagree but I mean it is I think that I mean I think we had some pretty solid dynamic here.
No. Hey, you know
No,
what though? We're taught as Christians to love our neighbors, even our enemies.
listen.
So it's all good,
Well,
brother.
again, and that's the thing. In Islam, they do teach you to cherish and respect your neighbors, as long as they don't try to remove you from your home.
Yeah, and then it also says you could beat your wife too in the same
I know.
sentence. At the same time, beat your wife as well, because you know what?
Well, I
You're
mean,
a
the
good
Bible says
Muslim.
that you can
Follow.
have slaves, and Judaism says that you can like rape kids. I mean, they're all open for criticism.
No, brother, you're not allowed to have slaves under Jesus Christ. Come on, dog.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. It says that your slave should love their master.
Brother, it's slave or not slave. You're all free under Jesus Christ. It doesn't matter who you are. And no, why do you think the first abolitionists of slavery were
Wait.
Christian? What are you talking about, dude?
If even if you are a slave, you're not a slave under Christianity. That seems like an easy. I mean,
What are you
I say
talking
this
about?
respectfully. Well, I'm
Paul,
sorry. You said that
Paul wrote
even
a
under.
letter to Ephesus literally telling them to release your slave, to let them go, because they are all one in Jesus Christ. And the first
Yeah.
movements of the anti-slavery were Christian. The first abolitionists were Christian.
Of course. It says slaves obey your earthly masters in what is
Yes.
it? Ephesians
Yes.
6:5.
Yes, I understand that. But if you know the context of everything, of all those verses, you would
Yeah.
understand that slavery gets abolished by the Christian community because, again, it doesn't matter anymore. At all, you're all equal. You're all under one under Jesus Christ. They're the ones who start that movement. Now,
Okay.
again, there's a lot of other communities who do acknowledge slavery, still do slavery to this day. They still do it. And that's wrong. Christians would agree that that's totally wrong.
Plus, in Islam, if we're going to talk about slavery, Islam allows you to take the wife of your slain enemy as a prisoner of war and as a forceful wife. So essentially, you can marry your enemy's wife forcefully and rape her against her will, and she would have no choice but to be your wife because you killed her husband in war. And now that she's a prisoner of war, she has no say so. And that's
Exactly.
permitted and encouraged
Yeah,
in Islam.
but the love for the master, obedience is an act of worship. I mean, that's like, is that not like so? Is it not the same thing? Is that not when, even though it's terrible by a moral standpoint, it's still like you complying with this is an act of worship to your book. I mean,
Well, no, that's
Well,
why that's why a Christian can't own a slave, brother. That's what we're trying to slay. You can't,
but
if you're a follower of Jesus Christ, you cannot own a slave. That is
yeah,
not anywhere in the book. That's not okay.
yeah,
Paul's
but
talking to the people at that time when slavery, yes, there was slaves at that time because it's part of the economy. But at the end of the day, it gets abolished by
yeah.
Christians. They don't
Well,
allow it. That's the
I don't
point.
I don't think it's telling Christians that it's okay to own slaves. I think it's telling Christians that it's okay to be a slave and to remain complicit in being a slave. Because it's
Well,
saying to love your earthly masters. So I think that's like,
well, yes, because there are slaves at that time. But do you know what slavery was back then at that time? Now, I'm not saying all slavery is correct, but you understand that slavery, or you were considered a slave if you owed money to somebody and you had to work for 7 years under their rule. You were
I don't.
considered a slave. Now, you were fed and you were put in all this thing, but that's how you paid your debt off. It's a little bit different than taking you out of your home under against your will and making you go to work for free and not feeding you, not giving you water, letting you die of starvation, beating you to death, right? That's different, right? Slavery is a bit different in context. So Paul's
Yeah, I
talking to
mean,
people who own slaves and he's telling them how to treat them. He's letting
yeah.
you know how you should be treating these people. Not like that, not like what like it, was just recently in these last 200, 300 years. But again, the first abolitionist movements were believers in Christ. Now that's the
No,
first abolitionist movement.
yeah, I agree. I mean, like that's true. That is a true thing. The first abolitionist movements were, they were what's it called again? They were like the people who went to Pennsylvania, Puritans, right?
Yes, but yeah, I mean, but it was, yeah, it's been going on for quite some time though.
Yeah.
I mean that's just I mean, no, that's why, like, it's funny actually. Now that we're on the subject, just recently when segregation and Black Americans were taken and blacks were treated the way they were in certain parts of the United States. You know that Christians added verses to the Bible to make slavery okay because it wasn't okay, so they had to add
Yeah.
it in to be like,
Yeah.
oh,
No.
look,
Yeah.
it's okay, it's totally fine, right? So yeah,
Yeah.
they had to add verses to make slavery okay. And that's the point is, that's what people do when they want to twist the word to
Yeah.
make it a bit different. But
And I wanted to ask you. I mean, so you're a Christian, right?
yes, I
Um.
am a Christian. Yeah.
So, and again, like, this isn't like an I gotcha. I just want to understand this verse. Psalms, 137:9, verse 9, where the psalmist in anger expresses. Um, it was basically saying that like find satisfaction in like dashing the heads of your enemies' children on the rocks or something. I don't remember the exact verse. I think it was. I believe it's Psalm 137:9. So I brought this up the other day, and someone gave me a pretty shitty answer for it.
Yeah, that's what David was calling for God to do, not God calling for David to do.
Okay.
Now, didn't mean that was okay, obviously. Like that God didn't allow that. And David actually did a lot of terrible things,
Yeah.
in the Psalms. He actually killed Bathsheba and took, or I'm sorry, killed Bathsheba's husband and took her, in
Okay,
battle.
and you
So
and you don't and you don't
so
think this is like encouraged by the Bible though, right?
well, no, absolutely not, because
no,
God was against
Okay.
those. I mean, God was against Solomon and having all his
so
wives.
so here's the
Okay.
thing that I don't think this could be argued as a instance of the Bible trying to promote violence because here's
Okay.
the thing. No key religious figures within the Bible, such as God or Jesus or any of the saints, are themselves advocating for this violence. This is simply an example of the deep and hate-filled emotions that how can I say the Jews felt in regards to their persecutors. As it says, the verse is a part of an imprecatory psalm where the psalmists call for God's vengeance. They call for God's
Yes.
vengeance against the Babylonians who destroyed Jerusalem and enslaved the Jewish people. The verse reflects the intense emotions of rage and desire for justice experienced by the exiled Jews and should be understood within its historical context of warfare and retribution rather than a
Yeah.
literal command for action. So, if we were to consider that this is a Jew speaking to God, this is not God putting this story into the Bible saying, "Oh, I'm okay with violence." No, this is simply, how can I say, a part of of the Bible that gives historical context and also continues on the story of the Bible uh, by giving, how can I say, basically the lore of Israel and the Jewish people, and with everything, with all the events that led up to our Lord Jesus Christ
Ah.
coming to save
Yeah,
us.
but yeah, and just to add, sorry, I know that you talked a lot, but I just want to add a little bit more. I want to say something else. This is what makes the Bible so beautiful because it keeps these parts in it. If you wanted to make King David, look like the most, religious man, and he was the most nicest man, but it doesn't. There's a lot of mistakes David makes. There's a lot of mistakes a lot of these prophets make, and the Bible keeps them in there on purpose because it shows you how us as humans, we're at fault. We make mistakes all the damn time. You can't tell me you've made a mistake in your life. You've been angry or pissed or upset or made a mistake and pissed somebody off. Like the Bible keeps all these mistakes in there. That's why I love it so much because if you want to create a fake book, you could just make everybody look like the most holy person ever, and that's not the case. Because none of us are. So it's just perfect that way.
Gotcha. No, okay, that makes a lot more sense then.
you know yeah, David did a lot of terrible things, but you know what though, through David we got Jesus, which is important. So um yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. No, I appreciate the feedback on
I
that.
mean,
The
to
thoughts
add
on
a little bit to that, I mean, I'm not religious, but I know that David cried out to God to not leave him in hell because of his
Yep.
sins.
Yep, that's what Jesus cried on the cross. What psalm was it, if anybody can remember? When Jesus says, God, God, why did you forsake me, he's quoting David in the psalm, and that's the literal context of that psalm and that saying.
I'm not sure.
I forget what psalm it is. But anyways, yeah, I love studying religions, and I think you could get to Christianity through, I mean, literally anything.
Yeah,
It's in religion, studying religions has helped me even see Christianity more clear, like studying all of them.
yeah,
Do your study, boys. Do your study.
yep. Well, I'm gonna go. Y'all have a good night.
Have a good night, dog. Let's
How
see.
dare you talk about Muhammad that way? Imagine if I talk about your mother that way. Your mother should go to hell. How about that?
That's so mean. Don't say that about my mother.
That's how it feels. How dare you?
Mm-mm-mm.
I tried baiting it, but couldn't hang on there. Good chat.
Fuck are y'all getting into?
What, is everyone here like muted? Fuck. I thought this was going to be funny.
Yo, Cracker Barrel.
Obviously, because he's in the files, bro. Everything's quiet in here, though. Y'all agree? Church. I'm leaving.
Infinite? You there, bro?
Hello?
Yo. Hello? Dude. Bro, I just
Hello, are you there? All right, then. I guess I'll go. Sad.
What's up, Montez?
Oh, motherfuckers already know me? God damn it. Now, what's up, bro? Also, who is this?
Your name's in your profile.
Well, duh. But you wouldn't call me just Montez. Anyways, what's up, man? How should I remember you?
I don't really want to do this with someone who's drunk.
All right, then don't. Goodbye. Oh, is the other guy not even here? Shit. Honestly, I just been like rewinding this one thing and trying to write to it for like the last couple of days. Oh, what's up, man? Cracker Barrelly. What's up, man? Cracker Barrelly. What's up, bro? You have me muted, bro? Oh, don't be a first. I'm listening to this instrumental over and over and writing to it. I'm writing this dumb thing about how I'm terrible. Just nobody's answering. Can I play things in here? I don't think I can.
How you doing?
Actually, what's up, man?
Nothing much.
I was talking about some stupid song I was working on. But yeah, what's up, man?
What's up, fellow Americans? How you doing?
We should be asleep or awake. Who knows?
7 in the morning.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, it's 7 in the morning. I'm confused. Anyway, I got this new song I just heard. You want to hear it? I'm gonna sing it to you.
What's that?
Don't worry, I'll do my best.
Are you doing that just because you came here and heard me say that? I think so.
Perhaps.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Maybe, just maybe.
I didn't hear
Okay,
it.
here I go. If you could return, don't let it burn, don't let it fade. I'm sure I'm not being rude, but it's just your attitude, and it's tearing me apart. It's
Or we've
ruined
seen this. Or we've seen
everything,
this.
and I
Shut the fuck
swore that
up.
I would be true, and honey,
Yeah,
so did
dude.
you.
Please stop.
So why were you holding
If I could
her
see where
hand
you're like singing
the
along
way
with
we
this,
stand?
I would be
Were
like,
you lying
okay.
all the
But no.
time? Was it
Yeah.
just a game to you? But I'm in so deep. You know I'm such a fool for you. You got me wrapped around your finger. Do you have to let it linger? Do you have to? Do
I've
you
never
have
started
to?
laughing
Do
at
you
this
have
shit,
to
bro.
let it linger? Sound more sick if I had a guitar, yeah, I do, but
Bro,
I'm a
suck
drummer,
a
so I
dick.
don't play guitars. I do love that song, dude. If you're interested, though, song is called Linger. Linger by
Lingering.
Linger by Sirius XM Session or Royal Otis. This is actually by the Cranberries, but he got a new guy. He made a remix of it, a lot more quicker. So sick. Tell you one thing, this guy can sing.
Say what, bro?
I'm checking it out. So sick.
Nobody's checking you out, bro.
So it really seems like you guys are into like indie rock or at least like 2000 rock. Here, I got another one for you guys. Alright. I'm not a perfect person. There's many things I wish I didn't do. But I continue learning. I never meant to do those things to you. And so I have to say before I go that I just want you to know I found a reason for me to change who I used to be. A reason to start over new. And the reason is you. I'm sorry that I hurt you. It's something I must live with every day. And all the pain I put you through. I wish that I could take it all away and be the one who catches. You got it? That song is called The Reason by Hoobastank. And you should probably add it to your playlist if you like that song. I do. I'm bound to see you good. See you good.
know what I just joined?
And it ain't no use in to turn it on your light, babe.
Hello. 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 Hello there. So the title of the VC is Why Trump Has Not Released the Files. Okay. So is that a question? Is that maybe the entrance of a potential debate? What's your vision about that? Are you an adept of cancelled culture? What's your culture? Maybe. Is that a great question to ask you? You do not seem like you want to talk with me presently. I thought I was about to face, a real great Trump supporter like me, and I just found out that I'm kind of deceived, It happens. Shit happens, in life, and we're not supposed to, unless it's totally gonna go both our opponent now.